Seen a very good fight last night between Edgar Berlanga and Canelo Alvarez. That card was amazing last night. That was a very good card. Going into the fight, that's why I did so many prediction videos for this fight, because I knew most of these fights were going to be 50-50 type fights. Even though a lot of guys that have big names, once I started to look at what these guys were doing on video, I was like, whoa, these fights are going to be closer than what I thought, especially in the prelims. And I'm going to go back and do a post-fight reaction to the Lopez and the first fight on the prelims. When I seen the first fight on the prelims, that's when I knew those fights were going to be good. I think PBC has had the best matchmaking this year. Just off what I've seen. PBC matchmaking been pretty decent this year. You said Rafael Espinoza? I mean, Espinoza, a lot of people didn't know who Espinoza was 12 months ago. But Espinoza, one of my favorite fighters. I see what you're saying, but Stephen Fulton already beat Angelo Leo, so that's kind of like me saying that Fulton will beat anyway right now. I mean, he's already lost. But yeah, I know what you're saying. You said, but Venado? Nah, Venado ain't beating Fulton. And Fulton was fighting inside last night. That fight card was epic last night, though. It was a very good fight card. I'm gonna go down the Lopez on the fight card. It was Lopez and the first fight that happened. That fight was good. The very first fight on the prelims, that was a good fight last night. The very first fight on the prelims was a very good fight. That's when I knew the card was going to be very good. And like I've said in the post-fight reaction with Roman Villa was out for a long time. And also, the guy he was fighting was a dog. He was a dog. He was a straight, got a style like Pit Bull, but for some reason, he knows how to land his jab, his right hand. Salaz was a beast. He is a real problem. Even though he has 2 losses, a lot of these guys out of Mexico with 2 losses, 1 loss, a lot of people say, oh, this guy's trash. He's trash because you don't know who he is. But it doesn't mean the guy's trash. These guys out of Mexico with 1 or 2 losses, those are some of the most dangerous fighters to fight. The guy Salaz was a beast. He's only 5'6". For some reason, his reach is longer than Danny Garcia. But I seen some red flags. Even though I knew Villa had 3 losses before, 2 losses. I didn't really pay attention to that as much as I did the layoff recently. He's been out since that Jerron Ennis fight, those 14 months. I feel like that was a long time. That was the longest layoff he's had in his career recently, since like 2020 or something like that. So that was kind of a red flag for me. A lot of those guys were rusty last night. A lot of guys were rusty last night. They really were. I think looking back now, I don't know if Stephen Fulton was trying to save his energy or what. Because Castro, I don't know. Sagawa, he's a beast, bro. I don't know. That's a good question. Sagawa's a beast. I want to see Sagawa fight most of them guys you just named too. Sagawa's, he a decent fighter. I want to see Sagawa fight. Let me look at the rankings real quick. I forgot who I said I want to see Sagawa fight. I don't know if Sagawa. would be able to compete with him. I would like to see Carrington fight that guy Lopez last night who was on the card. Jonathan Lopez, Gio Lopez. That'll be a good matchup. He's a 130 though. Those guys are 130s. Sagawa, I don't know if I think Shushu too good for Sagawa though. Sagawa's a beast. Sagawa's a beast. He's an animal. That guy's a dog. He kind of reminds me of most of the guys who fought last night. But Sagawa don't use his jab like that. It was something else I said in the breakdown that he doesn't do. It was like, I don't know what it was. I think it was counter punching or something. I don't think he's a good counter. I think he's either a good counter puncher. I had to go back and look. I think he's either a good counter puncher or he's not. It's something like that. But I think that would be a good matchup. I'm glad you said that. I forgot that fight's coming up. I'm actually looking for that fight card. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But Villa, man, he fought amazing last night in the first round. In the first 2 rounds, Salaz was like, nah, I'm not. It's not going that way today. Definitely not going that way. First round, I was like, yeah, Villa doing a good job. He's jabbing. Then Salaz started walking towards his chest. Dude couldn't do much. He was smothering his punches. Villa was off balance trying to throw punches. I wasn't really surprised, even though I didn't pick a knockout. I think I picked the fight to go 12 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but I was very high on Salaz in my prediction. I was very high on him. Yeah, man, people got to watch out for these guys coming out of Mexico with like 1 or 2 losses. I seen Salaz get dropped 4 times, and he just showed me he's definitely a dog. And he showed up last night. I was very impressed. I still don't know if that fight card last night was better than Tim Tszyu and Fedor. I probably have to go back and watch it one more time. But it was close, but I don't know if it was just as good. Yeah, they had Lopez and Medina last night. That fight was good. Medina got dropped in the 8th round. Yeah, Jonathan Lopez at 130. Yeah, he's good at 130, but I don't know. I really don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing Inoue fight Sagawa. You said with Lemos, Keyshawn get overwhelmed by Lemos' pressure? I don't know. We haven't really seen him fight a pressure fighter like Lemos. The closest pressure fighter we seen him fight was probably Albright. And Lemos is probably a little bit more experienced than Albright. So it's definitely going to be a close fight. I don't think it's going to be a knockout fight. I think it's going to go the distance. It depends. It depends if Keyshawn goes in there. He can get a knockout in that fight, but it depends on if he goes in there and actually gets energetic from the crowd. Because one thing I gave Berlanga credit for last night that people don't realize is I thought, even though I still thought that he was nervous, and he was nervous. I thought he could have even fought better than what he fought. But he definitely fights good in front of big crowds. He fight good in front of big crowds. And after he gets knocked down, he fights a lot better after he gets knocked down too. So I was impressed last night with that. But I'm gonna talk about that a little bit more. But yeah, it could be a fight similar to what Canelo and Berlanga was last night with the Keyshawn and Lemos fight. I didn't know Lemos was a 35 because he was fighting at 40 his last fight. I didn't know that him and Oscar Duarte was 135. I thought they was more so 140. A lot of these guys go back and forth between 135 and 140 though, right now. But I was very impressed with Gio Lopez last night. That guy Medina he fought last night was a beast too. I think Medina's a Mexican fighter. Yeah, he's a beast. Yeah, I was impressed with him last night. Oh, that's the same one who fought Ray Ford. Yeah. Yeah, I was impressed with him last night. He went toe to toe last night. It was some good matchmaking going on last night. That fight with Medina, he could have, because Lopez hit him with a big left hand in the first round, and he almost shut down. And when I seen that, I said, okay, Lopez is a problem. He got a lot of power. He's a young guy too. Yeah, he's only 21. This dude is a problem. Edgar Reynoso doing a good job with him. I think Edgar Reynoso a better trainer than he get credit for right now. Because I still see guys improving under him and getting better. I think the only person that probably wasn't with, I don't know, I couldn't say Frank Sanchez. He still lost to a decent fighter. He just got to bounce back. But most of the guys he's been fighting, that's been fighting under him has improved. Not everybody. Everybody's not the same. But this guy, Jonathan Lopez, he's a beast. He definitely is. Yeah, I know a lot of people missed that fight last night. That might have been the best fight on the fight card, to be honest with you. That's how good that fight card last night was. Like the prelims possibly had better fights than the main card. That impressed me a lot about last night. That impressed me a lot. We got to see though. It's a I don't think Rafael Espinosa is gonna stay at 126 that long though. Now that you brought that up, I don't think he's gonna be at 126 long. That's why I kind of wanted to get in the way at 126 soon. But man, that was a good fight last night, man. I was thoroughly impressed. I didn't get bored. Only time I got bored was like during the Lara and Garcia fight, but I was still kind of intrigued by what was going on. I knew Danny Garcia was definitely gonna have a chance of being rusty. So I wasn't too worried about him being rusty or anything like that. But I was definitely impressed. Thought it was a good fight. But Villa, man, he ran into a buzzsaw last night. Even though I think Salaz is a lot more talented than what people think, that layoff and activity, it definitely caught up to him. Because now that Salaz has gotten that win, I wouldn't mind seeing him against like a Boca Chica or somebody like that. I would definitely like to see that fight. Him versus Boca Chica would be a good fight. That'll be a very good fight. Yeah, a lot of people were sleeping on that fight card last night, man. Even the guy Rolly fight James dude's a good fighter. He was a dog. He got rocked a couple of times in that fight. He was holding on a lot, but He was still trying to score, but Rolly had a lot more power than he expected. But yeah, Villa got to get in the ring a lot more. He definitely does. That activity is really. I think they're gonna try to start ramping up that activity soon. But they have to. It's gonna be a couple of guys that look rusty. It's gonna be some good fights going on. I will say that a lot of guys on PBC, they come out professional. It wasn't too many guys winded last night, out of breath, tired, not throwing any punches because they were tired. I didn't see too much of that going on last night. So that impressed me the most about the fight card last night. Everybody was in shape. If you need activity, it's gonna be hard for you to have some great performances on the PBC cards because those long layoffs, man, they definitely show a little bit. That's why you seen Caleb Plant and Fulton and those guys get sat down last night because they didn't have them legs under them like they thought they did. Took a couple of rounds to get themselves warmed up. But yeah, Villa getting stopped last night. I wasn't surprised. I was surprised how early it was, and I was surprised he didn't get up. That's what surprised me the most. I thought my TV had froze. I was like, man, he's not getting up. He definitely wasn't getting up. He got hit with a hard shot. Yeah, I got to give PBC some credit for that. Because when I seen Salas on the film, I was like, man, this dude is a dog, man. This dude got dropped like 4 times. And he's still coming forward. And I was trying to think to myself, like, why is PBC matching this guy with Villa? This kind of dangerous a little bit. Turned out to be dangerous. It turned out to be dangerous, man. The most dangerous fight is somebody who's hungry, who will walk through any kind of punch, who has some knockout power, and then you coming off a long layoff. A year is not super long like how Danny Garcia's was, but it's long enough. And Villa's 31. So after you get to the age of 30, those long layoffs start to add up. They definitely start to add up. They definitely start to add up, man. That caught me off guard. I know a lot of people are saying, well, you know, this is a bad loss for him. Yeah, it's a bad loss getting knocked out in the 3rd round, but under the circumstances, he'll have a chance to bounce back. But the way he got caught and couldn't get up, I don't know, man. I've had my doubts recently about could he take a punch before this fight happened. But I didn't want to, I don't know, man. Sometimes I got to go with my gut on certain things like that. Even though it's against the grain, I didn't know if he can take a punch with a guy like Salas coming into the fight. I really didn't think so. Even though he fought Rashidi Ellis and Boca Chica, this guy had a whole different style. He had an entirely different style. Yeah, that's a lot of things definitely. I wasn't surprised by most of the things that happened last night, but that was one of them that made it kind of affirmed what I was saying in the prediction. This dude Salas is an animal that he really gained. And after that fight, they had the Stephen Fulton fight, which a lot of people was going back and forth about. But as I said during the live when I was commentating, Stephen Fulton, he did a good job in the 1st round. But then Castro was throwing that jab, man. I think I was saying it. I know people was probably getting tired of me saying it. They're like, this dude ain't talking about nothing. He just talking about Castro's jab. Bro, he was destroying Fulton with the jab for like 3 or 4 rounds. I had to point that out. But then also I had to point out that Stephen Fulton was fighting on the inside and he was walking him down. See, he was fighting more Mexican style last night in this fight than he has in any other fights I've seen. Stephen Fulton never try to dog walk guys and fighting the inside like he did last night. He was literally fighting the inside last night. A couple of guys did. And that probably goes back to the ring rust and not having that much activity. But his jab was amazing the first round. But as a competitor, I think he wanted to fight a different style. I don't think he wanted to just go in there and jab all night. The first round, he was amazing. And then if you look at the second round, he was like, oh, I'm just going to switch it up. I'm just going to get in a dog fight. They got into a dog fight. That's why after the second round, when he went to the corner, I seen his nose bleeding. I was like, man, this dude's nose bleeding like this from a jab. And the first thing Bozy said was, hey, man, he's throwing that jab. You got to watch out for that. But yeah, Fulton got to be smarter with that head movement. I seen him using that head movement around the like 7th, 8th, 9th round. One of those rounds, he started using head movement. But he wanted to just come forward and have a dog fight, though. He wasn't really. He wanted to get something off his chest. And he definitely proved the point with me. He can go into these fights to fight any kind of style he wants. That was more impressive than anything. That was more impressive than anything. He went out there and fought a different style. But Castro was a beast, man. I think going into this fight, a lot of people were sleeping on Salas, James, and Castro. And even McCombie. McCombie was a good fighter. But a lot of these guys that PBC put as the B-side fighter, man, these dudes were some dogs last night. They was fighting like they really was on a Canelo card. That's how you supposed to fight. You got that attention on you. Yeah, they was fighting like dogs last night. Everybody. I didn't see not one fight where I wasn't impressed. Yeah, all these guys was fighting tough last night. But Stephen Fulton, he took the fight to Castro the whole fight. And that was a plus in my eyes. I felt like Castro did a good job throwing that jab though. But when Stephen Fulton started coming on strong around the 7th round, 8th round, Castro had no answers. He had no answers. He stopped jabbing around the 7th round. He didn't jab at all like around the 8th round. And I was like, nah. But around the 9th, 10th round, he started to go back to it. You could see with Castro when he started letting his hands fly, and I think around the end of the 10th round, that's when I realized, yeah, you have more in the tank. Stephen Fulton started throwing that left hook. And that caused a lot of issues. He was throwing it early, but he still got dropped. But the fact that he got up and got right back to it, and he was going to the body, he was jabbing a little bit more, started mixing it up. And Castro was he was using his reach. The guy was his reach was pretty long. They was around the same height, but as far as reach, he was doing a good job letting his hands fly. He was sitting on his jab too, man. He got a nice strong jab. His jab is strong. Busted the guy's nose open in like 2 rounds. Kind of fights like Espinoza a little bit, like Rafa Espinoza. He fights similar to him, especially the way he put his punches together. Yeah, I was highly impressed by that last night. I think he did a good job. Yeah, I think he did an excellent job last night. He's not going to get the credit. I already hear people saying, oh, it was a robbery. But, you know, usually I gotta find out now that people think that if you get knocked down, it's an automatic loss. Some people. And I feel sorry for them because they're gonna miss a good fight like that. A lot of people, they just don't know what they're seeing. They're missing a good fight. You can never stop learning boxing though. That's one thing I realized over the years. There's never enough time to stop learning in boxing. And with that Fulton fight, I think people have to watch that probably 10, 15 times to realize what actually was going on. But a lot of American fighters last night was fighting Mexican style last night. It was a lot of Mexican style from American fighters. I can go down the list, but it was a lot of Mexican style. I know Rolly was fighting Mexican style. Stephen Fulton was fighting Mexican style. Caleb Plant. It was a lot of that going on last night. It was definitely a lot of that going on. And people say, well, Danny Garcia and Lara fight was boring. If that was the only fight that was boring, I mean, the other fights were exciting. And it wasn't really a boring fight either. It's just that people didn't realize what was going on. Lara knew enough not to rush in and try to get Danny Garcia out of there early. They was breaking them down little by little. And it added up. It definitely added up. Yeah, he did. He did. Caleb Plant did a good job fighting in the pocket last night. When he had him on the ropes, that was a good game plan. I was impressed by that. That was a good game plan last night. That was a good game plan. Stephen Fulton showed that he could fight in the pocket more though. We seen Caleb Plant against Canelo, but Fulton, I never seen Fulton fight like that. I've seen more of Caleb Plant fighting like that against Darrell. I've seen him fight like that against I seen him fight like that against Darrell and some other guys, but I wasn't expecting Fulton to fight like that. I thought he was in a bad spot, but even though that was his game plan. Yeah, I think a lot of people did miss that Fulton fight though. Cause I think they see the knockdown and they look at the end result and they like, that was a tough fight, man. That was a very tough fight. I think if McCombie and Caleb Plant would have went 2 more rounds, it didn't have to go 12 rounds, but if it would have went 2 more rounds, they would have been fighting tonight easy. It was still a good fight. A lot of people feel like they stopped it early. It was kind of early. It could be subjective. I don't think McCombie had much after that that 9th round. I don't think he had much left in the tank. I think he would have got stopped either that round or the next round. Because a realist, he was on the ropes for that last 2 or 3 rounds. He was pretty tired. Caleb Plant had a nice game plan. I'm glad the rope. Hey, you know what's crazy? Yeah, he do got underrated power. He definitely got underrated power. I'm glad that referee did not mess up that fight. Any other referee would have stopped them from being on the ropes. When Caleb Plant was kind of pulling his arm down in the guard. I know a few referees would have actually stopped that. I forgot what referee that was that did that fight. That Alex, I think it was that Huggins guy. Oh yeah, here it goes right here. Yeah, Allen Huggins. Yeah, he did a good job. He did that Fulton fight and the Caleb Plant fight. Yeah, he did decent last night. Harvey Dock, he could do a little better. He said De La Hoya was wrong. Berlanga about to start headlining in New York like Cotto then. Thank me later. Berlanga been headlining in New York. Shoot, most of all Berlanga fights been headlines since what my thing. What people missing out on is it's not about what Berlanga was doing last night. More so, it's about what Canelo couldn't do last night, in my eyes. But there'll be something I'll talk about tomorrow. I'm gonna go more in depth about that tomorrow. De La Hoya ain't fighting no more though, so he's just a fan at this point. His opinion is just as good as mine. You said 96, 93 to Fulton. Oh, what's the score on that? 96, 90. Let me see. Eighth round. 96, 93. 96, 93 ain't a bad round. That's just one more round they gave to him. Then that's just one more round they gave to him. 95, 94 is just one more round they gave to Fulton. Instead of, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're saying that Fulton won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds. Oh yeah, there was a 10 round fight. Yeah, I could see that, but it wasn't much of a big deal. Like, you gotta think about it. I don't know how they talking about the 8th round. Castro wasn't doing much after the 6th round, even though he was still jabbing. Like somebody said last night, even though Castro was still jabbing in the fight last night, in that type of fight they had last night, nah, you're not just gonna win off the jab. Nah, that ain't what we do. You're not just gonna win the whole fight just off a jab alone. Even with the knockdown, Stephen Fulton was walking towards Castro the entire fight. He was on the outside probably 5 minutes, but he was walking towards Castro the entire fight. We can all agree on that. Whether you thought it was 96, 93, you know that. I can see what you're saying on that, but when you walk towards a man for 10 rounds after you got knocked down and you putting pressure on him, yeah, he about to fight. Lara about to fight soon. He about to fight soon. He been going through some personal stuff. Yeah, Lara got some real personal stuff going on in his life. Some family issues. He fought 2 weekends ago. 2 weeks ago. Yeah, he got some personal issues with his family going on, so he's not. But people have to realize Stephen Fulton fought straight Mexican style last night more than anybody last night. He fought straight Mexican style. He was walking towards the man the entire fight. Caleb Plant was on the back foot half of the fight. Him and Danny Garcia he was on the front foot, but Stephen Fulton was the only fighter I seen last night that walked forward the entire fight. Canelo too, but he walked forward the entire fight. He could have jabbed it. He said, "I'm just gonna brawl." I'm talking about the entire fight. That's why I made such a big deal about Virgil Ortiz a couple of weeks ago. Cause I was like, now, if we go back to if we compare the Virgil Ortiz fight to this Stephen Fulton fight, That dude, Stephen Fulton, last night, he wasn't fighting like Virgil Ortiz, or he wasn't fighting like Boca Chica. Stephen Fulton was fighting more like that style last night. And that's a fact. Yeah, you take that fight off the fight card last night, it's not gonna be the same. And that's real talk. You know how I know that the fight was good? This is the only prelim. Stephen Fulton fight last night is the only prelim fight I've ever heard of that's actually been talked about this much. That's how I know it was a good fight. Yeah. Danny Garcia, he's small. He's like 10 pounds less. Yeah, Laura, he coming back. He's still been active. He got a nice little resume too. I think he fought Lemos. Didn't he fight Lemos? He said Canelo don't got the right to hard Mexican Independence Day every year. I mean, that was a good fight last night. He does what he does. I got a story. Canelo said recently he don't even pick his opponents. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I know one thing. As soon as Canelo retires, they better find another Mexican star to put on Mexican Independence Day. That's gonna be another video I'm talking about soon. They're not building any Mexican stars right now to replace Canelo for Mexican Independence Day every year. So until that actually starts happening, yeah, Benavidez can fight on there, but everybody acting like they don't like Benavidez. They acting like Benavidez a bum. I'm not finna give everybody credit for talking about Benavidez, and then as soon as Canelo retires, then everybody gonna say, well, I'm team Benavidez now since Canelo's gone. Nah, we ain't doing that. If you don't claim him now, when that comes around, that's gonna be fake love. That's almost like Michael Jordan and LeBron, or Kobe and LeBron. I can only pick one. That's what I was thinking about that yesterday. They're gonna try to turn around and claim Benavidez after saying he ain't good enough for Canelo. Nah, they better put Munguia or Berlanga on there, because Canelo's supposed to build up the next generation. So if he doesn't fight Benavidez, but we're saying that he's the best, then what does that say about Canelo? But I don't want to do all that today. I want to give Canelo his credit as far as the fight. But I understand what y'all saying though. Rolly versus Josh Taylor would be a good fight. Or Jermaine Ortiz. But 140 is loaded though. I think 140, that's not a weight class we're going to have to worry about too much. I think these other weight classes have a little more trouble than 140. 140, you can have a fight between the top 20, top 30 guys. 140 probably has had the best fights this year out of each weight class. It's a Canelo business team. Yeah, his business team picks the fights. Yeah, he said that yesterday. He was like, I don't even pick the fights, man. He said, I don't even pick the fights. Some of these guys I don't even know. But yeah, but you got to put pressure on yourself though, even though that's the same thing Tank says. But over here, we ain't trying to hear that. Because when you go out here and say this guy ain't fought nobody, I understand what Canelo's saying. Other people pick his fights, but when you say somebody ain't fought nobody and this guy's, I found out last night Berlanga weighs 200 pounds when he goes into the ring to fight. 200 pounds. This man weighs 200 on fight night. 200? And we talking about Benavidez? Nah, that can't make sense. See, people running out of excuses now. But what I don't like is if they say Benavidez is too big, Berlanga's too big. This dude's 200 on fight night. That's 30 pounds. 35 really, because he said he come in at 203. So he's 35 pounds. Canelo fighting cruiserweights at this point. Yeah, I'm worried about 160. 160 kind of building up a little bit. I think they're going to try to slide Charlo. I think both of the Charlos going to be fighting at 160 soon. Janovic, I think he going to move up. I think Janovic he gonna have to move up soon, so he probably gonna be in 68. I want to see Janovic fight Berlanga. I know somebody gonna try to steal my idea, so let me write that down now. But I want to see Janovic fight Berlanga. I think Berlanga's a lot better than what Janovic is. And that was before last night. Yeah, I want to see Janovic. Yeah, cruiserweight. Cruiserweight gonna be a good division. The only thing I don't like is, I'm gonna tell y'all this, y'all might not like it. The only thing I don't like about cruiserweight, yeah, I like Canelo. Yeah, everybody likes Canelo. I hate when people say that. Honestly, I hate when people say that. I'm starting to hate when I say that now. I hate when I say that. It's like, yeah, I like Canelo. Like, bro, okay. Me liking him ain't gonna make him fight anybody I want to see him fight or fight better or win the fight. I mean, most people like Canelo. He's in another country making millions of dollars. Of course, somebody like him. You know what I'm saying? We treat Canelo with respect. Nobody was disrespecting Canelo. Matter of fact, I haven't even been putting out any kind of videos going at him, especially during fight week. I think we be trying to, but yeah, I know what you're saying though. I agree with that. Cruiserweight is going to be a good division though. I think Cruiserweight, they kind of messed it up though because Usyk was trying to go back to Cruiserweight recently and they shut all that down. They talking about some possible rematch with Joshua and Fury again. Berlanga, Zach Parker. You think Zach Parker still Zach Parker? You think Zach Parker be ready for that fight? I thought Pacheco was gonna fight Berlanga. To be honest with you, the fight I thought I was gonna see was Berlanga and Pacheco by now. I thought it was a little too early for Pacheco, but no, I think Pacheco is a real deal. People sleeping on Pacheco. I want to see Berlanga and Pacheco possibly early next year. Munguia said it's probably a little too early for Pacheco. He probably said one more fight after that or something, but he said he'll fight him. Yeah, Zach Parker, that sounds good. Well, when last time Zach Parker fought? Yeah, but what people don't realize though, I understand. I agree with everything y'all saying. What I don't like the most about this Canelo situation, this might be the best that we see Canelo for the next 5 years. Like after last night, I don't think Canelo is gonna be the same next year. Then it's possibly looking like he's not gonna fight 3 times this year. If he would have fought 3 times this year, I don't care who it is. At this point, his next fight, the third, if he would have did a 3rd fight this year, he needs to kind of stay active. I don't want him to fall in that category like Danny Garcia, where because he didn't have more fights than Danny Garcia has. But to be honest with you, I'm not really expecting Canelo to do much after that Berlanga fight because, how do I say this? I don't know if he's in his prime anymore. I don't think Canelo's in his prime. Not to say he wasn't good last night, but I'm thinking he's not going to be in his prime next year. I hope he is. Knock on wood. I hope he is. I pray that he is. I'm not hoping any bad things on him. But I don't think Canelo's in his prime right now. Yeah, I really did. I thought Pacheco before the Berlanga and everything. But I don't like how they pushing all the fights back. That's why I was saying a lot of these fights with Usyk and Bivol getting pushed back, it doesn't help these other fights because you still got to fight for dates. You see how UFC and boxing have the same events last night. I mean, events on the same night. Yeah, but what I'm hearing right now is the best that we're gonna see as far as Canelo is possibly Canelo's next 2 fights looking like it's gonna be Chris Eubanks and Diego Pacheco. Just gonna be real with y'all. Yeah, it's gonna be Chris Eubanks and Diego Pacheco. That's gonna be his next two fights, from what I see. I think the Benavidez and Crawford thing, that's just gonna be something that's gonna build up his fights for probably the next 12 months. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I actually had Munguia beating Berlanga. Um, I don't know. Let me ask you a question then, QT, since you said that. And shout out to Joas and QT, man. Shout out to y'all. Do you think that Canelo fought last night was the same fighter that fought Munguia earlier this year? I don't know why. It looked like Canelo kind of slowed down last. Not saying that Berlanga went. He was throwing some shots at Berlanga last night. Like, a lot of people cannot beat Canelo right now, even if he did slow down. But I don't know if Canelo was the same as he was a couple of months ago. For Danny, I don't know. Danny fighting Lara was a stretch. Danny fighting Lara was a stretch, man. I thought Lara would have possibly slowed down, but Lara fought smart last night. To be honest with you, I think Lara made Danny look bad, worse than what he really was. Because Danny was doing a good job counterpunching last night, but he only had like 2 times where he counterpunched. Everything else, Lara was just throwing one shot. He'll throw 2 shots, and then he'll wait like a round. He'll just throw single shots and 1-2s. Danny couldn't throw two or 3 punches at the same time because Lara was cutting all that off. He cut Danny water off completely the whole fight. Danny couldn't do anything last night. Danny couldn't put no combinations together last night. He couldn't put any punches together. Yeah, he did. He started aggressive with Berlanga. He did. He started early. I was actually impressed by Canelo. Canelo only took the 8th round off. He took the 8th round off. Yeah, Lara got, bro, I did not know that Danny's arms were that short. I knew they were, but now that I looked it up and actually thought about it, Sean Porter has longer arms than Danny. I think Danny's taller than Sean Porter. Sean Porter's arms are longer than Danny Garcia. So that lets you know everything you need to know right there. I think Danny's like 68. I think Terrence Crawford's like 71. Lara was, he has a 74 arm reach. I was actually thinking, what, Big Charlo or Lil Charlo? Big Charlo or Lil Charlo? This, I'm glad y'all talking about this. I'm glad you bringing that up. I'm glad you're bringing that up because I was thinking of Little Charlo versus Carlos Adames. What about Charlo that fought Canelo versus Carlos Adames at 160? Because I think Janibek gonna end up, if he does win the next fight, I think he gonna end up dropping them belts. Oh, Big Charlo? I don't know if Big Charlo, I don't know if he gonna fight that type of fight at 60. Yeah, Kyron Davis would be good. Yeah, Kyron Davis would be good. I know they got a couple of more options too. That would be a good fight. Big Charlo versus Lara. Yeah, that is a good fight. I'm thinking about Lil Charlo versus Big Charlo. Is Big Charlo ready for a Lara right now? I don't know if he's ready for a Lara right now. But that would be a good fight though. Yeah, that's a good matchup. I like that matchup. If they can have Lara and Charlo fight, since they said that both Charlos are gonna fight on the Tank card, I don't know. That'll be too fast. Nah, that's in 3 months. That won't happen. Because the reason why I said that, realist was because I want to see Charlo still fight Caleb Plant for some reason. I still want to see that fight. I still want to see Charlo fight Caleb Plant. I still want to see that fight. If Andre could still make 160, that would have been nice. He's not trying. I don't think he's gonna go back down to 160. If he could have went back down to 160 and both Charlos been at 160, that would have been nice. Still got Carlos Adames, all those guys down there. That would have been a good style match. I think PBC is gonna try to make something like that happen. But I don't know. I think since Charlo got stripped of that belt, there's really no reason for him to stick around at 160 unless he's fighting on Lara. So that makes sense. Yeah, man, I want to see that fight, man. Even though I haven't been thinking about it recently, I still want to see that fight. If it get announced, I'm gonna get excited about it. Yeah, I want to see that fight. Let me see what QT said. Lara had a 7-inch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought Danny quit when he got knocked down, but I seen the replay. Danny eyes. Yeah. QT right though. QT speaking facts. When I seen Danny's eyes go roll back, I'm like, whoa, Danny ain't like that. Yeah, his dad knows better than we do. And he didn't quit. His legs went out though. If you look at his legs, man, Lara just made it look easy, man. Lara made it look easy. He broke him down to a decimal. He didn't let Danny land a punch last night. One thing I didn't realize going into this fight, well, I didn't think about it like I should have. I did think about it, but I should have put more value on it. Lara ain't trying to lose no belt right now. At 41 years old, Lara ain't trying to lose no belt. I think he values his belt right now more than anybody. He ain't trying to lose no belt. He's definitely not trying to go in there and lose no belt. But yeah, man, I just don't know if the reason why I wanted Canelo to fight probably a higher person last night. That's why to be honest with you, I'm kind of over it now. I'm past the conversation as far as asking Canelo to fight better opponents. Because right now, at the age he's at, maybe they see him, maybe his team sees that he's slowing down, and they're saying that maybe we should just stick to the guys we're going to fight. Because he can't go in the ring and fight Bivol the way he did Berlanga last night. But I was very impressed by Berlanga last night. I think Berlanga using that jab all through the fight, that's all I wanted to see Berlanga do. I'm telling you, I promise. That's the only thing I want to see Berlanga do. I want to see him jab through the whole fight and be consistent. I want to see him jab through the whole fight. But he was tripping though, like early in the fight, he was talking to Canelo. He put his arms down and Canelo just smacked him in the mouth. I'm like, dog, you got to stay focused. If he would have caught you with a good shot, it could have been over with. But I'm not going to lie though, sometimes it does look like Canelo be holding these guys up. Like he's carrying them through the fight. But I don't think he carried Berlanga. I think he tried to get him up out of there. Berlanga started throwing some hard shots around 7th round, 8th round. He was like, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, Big Maul, that'll be good. That'll be a good fight. Maul Charlo, that'll be a good fight. See, Canelo still got options. Even if he don't fight these Crawford and Benavidez, he still got a lot of options. But now everybody gonna try to hunt down Berlanga now though. Everybody gonna try to hunt down Berlanga. Raymond Ford versus I know why you said that. Hey, I know why you said that. I know why you said that. I'm a fan of both of these guys, man. If I had to, I'm a fan of both of them guys, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of both of those guys. Um, I'm a fan of both of those guys. I don't know, man. If I had to pick somebody right now, I don't know. It'll be easy because you know Shoe's undefeated. So if I say him, it'll seem like I'm just going with the undefeated guy. But Raymond Ford showed me a lot this year, though. He showed me that because a lot of people said, "Oh, he just boxes on the outside. He don't want no action." But he was coming forward against Nick Ball and Komatov. So he kind of showed me some different things too. He showed me some different things this year. Yeah, Lee Wood, that'll be a good fight. That'll be a good fight. Is Lee Wood? I thought Lee Wood was supposed to move up like a year ago. He's at 130 right now. There's a lot of guys from UK moving up now. They've been in those weight classes too long. I think Espinoza gonna move up soon. I do not think Espinoza gonna be a featherweight next year. If he's at featherweight next year, it'll be a miracle. But I think 130, hey, I'm glad you're saying those names too. 130 gonna be the next division that's gonna be hot too. Let me go ahead and write that down. I seen a few names, especially after the Gio Lopez last night. I don't know if everybody seen that first fight in the prelims last night. But that was a good fight. Yeah, 130 gonna be the next division. That's gonna be hot. Last year I said 140 was gonna be the division. I said 140 and 154 this year. It was supposed to be cruiserweight, but they kind of breaking that down now. But yeah, Lee Wood versus Nick Ball would be a good fight. It might be possibly something that might happen. Hey, I'm glad you said that. I could see Lee Wood and Nick Ball. That fight might happen. They say Tyson Fury and Joshua's fighting in March. That fight is possibly gonna happen in March. Don't be surprised if that fight happen in March. Do not be surprised. Yeah, I know Raymond Ford and Shoe gonna fight though. That's definitely gonna happen. That's definitely gonna happen. Yeah, I got Shoe in that fight though. And Nick Ball versus Lee Wood. Probably got Nick Ball in that fight, but Lee Wood, I don't know, man. He got power. It was crazy because Josh Warrington was doing a good job against him, but I said, man, if he knocks out, if he catches Josh Warrington, he gonna knock him out. And that's exactly what he did. He hasn't had a knockout in a minute too. That was like his first knockdown in like 2 or 3 fights or something like that. Ryan versus Teofimo. Teofimo wants to fight Ryan, but they're not paying him what he wants. He turned down Ryan last year because they only tried to pay him like, what was it? Like 3 million, 4 million, something like that. Teofimo tried to, see, I give Teofimo credit, even though, you know, sometimes it looks like I'm trying to trash him or something, but I'm not. Because I was trying to tell people that, you know, he still got some issues as far as boxing. That's why he's training with Eddie Reynoso right now. Teofimo got to clean up a few things before he jumps in the ring with Ryan, though. He got to clean up a few things. Ryan's heavy, too. Ryan's a certified, I don't know, man. Ryan keeps saying that he's 47, but then he always says, I'm at 54, too. So I don't know how heavy this kid going to be next year. I don't know how heavy he is. A lot of people already know he's not a 140, though. A lot of boxers already knew that before he fought Haney. So I don't know. I know Ryan tried to fight Teofimo last year. Last summer. Him and Tank was actually trying to get the Teofimo first. He said he don't want to fight Ryan. Then he started talking to Tank. And then they threw a rehydration clause for Teofimo at 135, and he was like, bro, I'm at 140 now, and they trying to have a rehydration clause at 35. He was like, no, I'm not fighting that fight. So he went to talk to Ryan about a fight, and him and Ryan were going to try to fight Super Bowl weekend this year. I think 2 months before him and Haney fought. They weren't paying enough. They not paying enough for a fight like that. He's trying to get paid, and he's on top rank right now, and they're not giving out anything but a flat fee, allegedly. So Teofimo tried to make that fight happen. I'm telling you, the only guy that Teofimo has not tried to fight is Devin Haney. Not saying that however people, but he's tried to fight Tank and Ryan Garcia. Absolutely. He's tried to fight those guys. Because I remember last year, Bob Arum was saying that, we're trying to make that Teofimo and Ryan fight right now. And I was like, what? And that's when Bob was like, yeah, if I could possibly put Shakur and Devin as a co-main event, I would love that fight. But I was like, nah, that ain't gonna happen. But he was talking to Golden Boy. But Teofimo wasn't trying to take that money. He's like, nah. After what I just seen Tank make with Ryan Garcia, nah, I need to make more. So most of the time with Ryan Garcia, it's depending on if people trying to do catch weight or rehydration, or if they're trying to give just $2 or $3 million. Because Teofimo can make the same amount of money against Steve Claggett. Let me tell you this: the same money they offered Teofimo to fight Ryan Garcia, he made fighting Steve Claggett. So when people say, "Why are you fighting Steve Claggett?" He's like, "Bro, I made the same money fighting him as I would have for Ryan Garcia." And plus, him and Ryan Garcia are friends, so I don't see that fight happening soon unless it's a good price tag on it. But he wasn't asking for like 30 million or 25 or 20 million. He was asking for like 5 to 10 million, I think. And I gotta agree with him. That fight will make a lot. That fight will make a lot of money. So that's one fighter that fans want to see Ryan Garcia fight. But it seems like a lot of fighters will actually be moving to 147 soon. I say by the end of 2025, we could possibly see Haney, Teofimo, especially Rolly. Rolly couldn't make 140 2 nights ago. So Rolly Romero, he's gonna be at 147 soon too. Yeah, Rolly's gonna be at 147 soon too. So we'll see a lot of those guys at 47 in a minute. They're gonna try to do everything they can. I don't know what Teofimo's gonna do in his next fight. He was supposed to go to 47 this fight, so I don't know. If I was Teofimo, I'll try to fight Ryan Garcia next year when he comes back. The one thing Ryan Garcia said, he wants to be active, so he don't get any ring rust. So I would get him while he's rusty. If you're gonna pay me what they're trying to pay, get an upset, then try to demand a high payment next fight. Oh yeah, Zach Parker. Zach Parker just fought recently. Hey, that's a good fight, man. Zach Parker and Berlanga. Yeah, that's a good fight. Yeah, that's a good fight. We might see that. You throwing out some real fights now. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to talking about this fight from last night. But from what I seen last night, man, when I got to the Rolly Romero fight, when he fought Jaimez, that guy was a very good fighter, man. was with Robert Garcia. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was with Robert Garcia until probably a week ago. But he got clipped early. I couldn't really see. After a while, I started realizing, man, Jaime keep grabbing on because his legs aren't under him. And as time went on, I kind of realized, man, he's getting clipped a lot. He is not doing an excellent job fighting these guys off right now. I mean, fighting Rolly off right now. And Rolly was coming forward, boxing. And I heard fans say something that was delusional last night. And I'm not and I've been a fan of Rolly over the years, but this ain't the reason why I'm saying this. People were saying, man, how could you get outboxed by Rolly? Man, Rolly got a decent resume he's putting together. I mean, he's fighting some guys. They're not all wins, but even though the Barroso fight was supposed to be a loss, he's fighting some decent names right now. I say his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. His last 7 fights been at least top 20, top 10 guys. So he's been fighting some decent competition. And I think the guy that fought last night, Jaime, I think a lot of people are gonna realize how good he is the next time he fights. But Rolly just had a lot of power. He was boxing well, using the jab well, being disciplined. Him and Berlanga kind of did the same thing last night. That's what impressed me the most about the fight. Him and Berlanga did a good job actually boxing and being patient. A lot of fighters was still being active, but they was ignoring the crowd. You gotta ignore the crowd sometimes, so you don't go out there and get clipped trying to be trigger happy a lot. And those are two fighters that usually try to let their hands go and throw big punches. But Rolly and Berlanga was patient last night. They were focused. Rolly was very serious last night. That dude didn't crack not one smile last night. He was serious. It was a tough fight too. Them guys was him and that guy the guy that Rolly fought last night. Jaime, him and Jaime was they were buzzed when the fight ended. They was throwing some big shots last night. They were very buzzed last night. But yeah, that was a good style matchup. I think PBC did a very good job matching those guys up. I know a lot of people not paying attention to those type of fights, but that was a very good style matchup. Even with Canelo last night, the things he did with the jab. I've been telling people lately, Canelo been using that jab more. He been definitely using that jab more. He used that jab to kind of keep Berlanga in place last night, because when Berlanga started to get a little more active and let his hands fly a little bit more, Canelo slipped that jab through a couple times. And then Berlanga got surprised, like, whoa. And that definitely caught him off guard. But that was a very good fight last night. But the McCombie and Caleb Plant fight, that fight was good. Like, if you go back and watch McCombie fight again, dude fights like Ryan Garcia. He fights like Ryan Garcia. And not because of the left hook. Everybody throws a left hook, especially last night. But he fights like Ryan Garcia a little bit. So he was definitely impressive last night. He was using that jab on Caleb Plant. He got away from that jab. When McCombie got away from that jab, and he caught Caleb Plant, tried to go for the knockdown, for the knockout, that's when he messed everything up. He should have stayed on the same game plan he was doing. When Caleb Plant said, man, I'm going to just rough this guy up, get physical with him. I'm going to have him on the ropes. I'm going to throw some uppercuts. I'm going to pull his arm down, pull his glove down, throw some shots. Yeah, he went into the Bernard Hopkins book last night. He was fighting like Tarver and Bernard Hopkins last night. That was a very good fight by Caleb Plant. That was a very good fight. That's why they got McCombie, man. He earned a fan last night. I actually thought he was a good fighter coming into the fight. Dude got 75% knockout rate. I mean, everybody says some of these guys knocked out people we ain't never seen before, but that don't matter. 75% is 75%. And he went into that fight throwing some big punches. I thought he did a good job last night. He woke Caleb Plant up early. But the one thing I seen last night that was probably the same theme was these guys was rusty, man. I hope they don't have these PBC fighters out there too long. These guys, a lot of these guys fight toe-to-toe. They need to kind of have that feel for the ring and action in the middle. If they don't fight on a regular, man, they're going to be rusty. We seen how Danny Garcia was last night. His counterpunching speed was still there. His timing wasn't all the way there, but these guys got to stay active. Not being active definitely hurt a lot of people last night. I think Villa, it hurt him a little bit, but Salas, he probably would have beat him even if it wasn't a long layoff. That dude came ready to fight. Even when he knocked out Villa, he wasn't surprised. He definitely wasn't surprised. He was like, yeah. And he almost has he has 75% knockout rate. I mean, it's not 100, but 75 is still 75. He ended up knocking him out last night. So that definitely showed last night. But yeah, Caleb Plant he did an excellent job, man. I feel like him fighting on the inside, having the guy against the ropes, that was a game changer for him. But that referee is really what saved him, because a lot of referees, they wouldn't even let those guys fight like that on some fight cards. Yeah, they wouldn't even let guys fight like that on some fight cards. So the referees were really the stars of the fight last night. If it wasn't for the referees, man, that fight, it wouldn't have been that good. Yeah, but I was thoroughly impressed by that card last night, man. I definitely was. To be honest with you, and this is not to be, I'm not just saying anything, but the prelims possibly had a little more action than the main cards, but I still like the main cards. But without those prelim fights last night, I wouldn't have looked at the main card the same. PBC did a good job with those prelims last night. Yes, Stephen Fulton put on a very good prelim fight on last night. That's probably the most talked about prelim fight in history, if we think about it. That's how good the fight was. But yeah, Mexican style is still my favorite style of fighting. And these Mexican fighters, they starting to jab and move a little bit more. These guys starting to jab and move a little bit more. We've already seen it from guys like Figueroa. But Castro, he's a dog. And you know what's crazy? Castro got knocked out by Brandon Figueroa, and I still picked him to go 10 rounds against Fulton, because I knew he was going to be that type of fighter. I knew he was that good. I'm going to have to go back and see if I picked Salas to get knocked out by Villa, because I don't think I picked him to get knocked out. And that's another thing, too. A lot of those fights last night, they had knockdowns in them, but they didn't equal knockouts. And that goes to show you that a lot of time, knockouts don't mean everything. Knockouts aren't the end all be all when it comes to boxing. And a lot of people are impressed by the fight last night. I was thoroughly impressed. Got to give PBC their credit on that one. They did an excellent job putting that fight card together. They did an excellent job putting that fight card together, man. They really did. But if we don't get any of the older generation fighting a lot more of these younger guys. Like Berlanga, even though Canelo's fighting Berlanga wasn't a older guy, kind of fighting the older guy, it still helped the sport of boxing. A lot of people didn't know who Berlanga was before this fight, so fighting him kind of helps. I don't know if it helps Jaime Munguia that much because he fights this weekend. I know a lot of people know who he is and everything, but I don't know if Canelo fighting guys is going to put them at a certain level unless it's a certain type of fight or a certain type of person. I don't know if in 5 years will Berlanga fighting Canelo be a big deal for his resume or his career. Right now, everybody is saying, yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, because he went 12 rounds and you didn't think he was going to go 12 rounds. Like I said on my Twitter page, if that was Shakur Stevenson going 12 rounds against Tank and he got dropped, nobody would get on here and say, man, Berlanga did such a good job. Shakur Stevenson did such a good job. People would be laughing. And people say that Tank Davis has just as much power as Canelo, so I don't really think, I'm not going to come out here and just be like, yeah, I'm happy he went 12 rounds. Nah, I'm not going to say that. I'm not just happy he went 12 rounds. I'm happy that he boxed and his new trainer made a big difference, which I thought. I said coming into this fight that his trainer that he's training with now is a lot better than what he had with Rozier. Rozier was more so focused on the knockouts. And Berlanga, he even said out his own mouth, I'm back to boxing again. I'm becoming a better boxer right now like I was before. I wasn't a knockout artist like I have been. So I'm just getting back to boxing like I used to. And that's all you can ask for when you have a guy like Berlanga in your stable. He's still young. He's still able to put on some good fights, but let's not get it twisted though. If Benavidez is at 168 right now, still, and people are saying that they want to see him fight Berlanga, I'm not picking Berlanga over Benavidez right now. Like, we can stop the parade ASAP. I wasn't picking him before that fight, and I'm not picking him after the fight. I'm not picking him after the fight. That's one thing I'm going to say. But Canelo has to put on, I don't know, that might have been Canelo's last fight in his prime. People will understand that next year when he starts to slow down. Because he's had a lot of fights, man. I've been watching Canelo for years. It's not a lot of things I've been wrong about when it comes to Canelo. I've seen a lot of people wrong about Canelo. Even when people was online saying that Canelo would knock out Benavidez or Crawford, it's been a while since Canelo had a knockout. Canelo, actually, he hasn't had a knockout in 3 years. But I'm going to say something about that tomorrow. I'm not going to sit up here and try to discredit Canelo and his skills and his career, but I got to be real. I got to be me. I got to be real about it. He has to, he's probably not in a position where he can fight the best no more. I know one thing that's not going to happen. He's not going to fight Bivol. I don't care if Bivol goes out there and gets stopped by Beterbiev in the first round. That Bivol fight ain't going to happen again. It's not going to happen again. The reason being is because Bivol puts together more punches and bunches than Berlanga did last night. When Berlanga started putting together 3 or 4 punches, that's when you seen Canelo kind of swinging his head left or right, kind of turning, getting on that back foot a little bit in the 8th round. Berlanga started letting some shots go. Then I heard somebody say today, hey, Berlanga fought better than Charlo did. Charlo's a 154, man. Can we please stop comparing a 154 to a 160, a 168? That dude weighs 15 less pounds than Berlanga. That's not good. We don't need to be comparing Charlo to at 154 to 168 Berlanga, especially when Berlanga's at 168. No, we don't need to do that. Please don't do that. That's going to be a setback. That's going to be a setback. But it's more people surprised at the results last night than me. In my mind, the pressure was on Canelo a little bit more than Berlanga because I was gonna do a live yesterday was saying that Canelo needs a knockout, but I was like, I ain't gonna do that. People wouldn't understand the meaning behind it. But he needed a knockout in my eyes to prove that he's still there at that level, the way people are saying he is. I just seen Crawford go 12 rounds with Majumov, and that guy is a stud. Majumov used to fight at 168. So when people say, "Oh, he went 12 rounds with a 154," that guy's been 168 for like 10 years. Oh, what's up, Neo? But yeah, I think what the fans don't realize is Canelo's more so on the decline, and his style isn't like a Floyd Mayweather where he just dodges shots and hit and not get hit. He got to rely on that power and that speed and his agility. And I don't know if his power is the same way as it was before, just because he's been moving up in weight so much. You can't knock everybody out when you get to like a certain weight class. So I got a link. Nah, I'm on what's this thing called? OBS. I'm not on StreamYard. If I was on StreamYard, I would. I don't use StreamYard. I don't know how to do it on OBS. I'll find out later on. Unless you know how to do it. I gotta figure out how to do that. Now I gotta figure out how to do that on this thing. I'm on OBS right now. That's a good idea though. I gotta make sure I can get a way to send a link on here. I might have to do a phone number, hook up a phone or something to the computer. Yeah, what's up, Neo? What you asking though? You can go ahead and put it in the chat, man. I'll read it for you. What you think about the fight last night? Yeah, I was impressed by I was impressed by all the fighters last night. Now, am I sure that Berlanga is prepared and ready to fight the other 168s and able to dominate them? I don't know. I don't know if he's ready to fight the other 168s right now. I really don't know. Last night, it showed me that he's able to use his jab and box a lot better. Like the guy that he knocked out, McCrory, he fights similar to Canelo. So I think Eddie Hearn did a good job matchmaking Berlanga to the point where he was prepared to fight Canelo. I think they did a good job, especially with the trainer and the fights he's been put in lately. I think he did a better job. I think Top Rank was kind of holding back a little bit, but his trainers made a big difference. He did a good job last night, but I don't like giving participation awards though. That definitely that's not good. Yeah, participation awards in boxing is insane right now. Yeah, that's too insane. But I think they do a good job in this, with the matchmaking. PBC probably doing the best job at matchmaking right now. That's why we got a Rayo and Pitbull rematch coming up. I don't know if it's gonna be next. Okay, let me go ahead and check it out, man. I'll check it out right now while I'm on here. Oh, they tripping. They can't. Hey, they not even okay. About to say, I don't know why they. Oh, okay. Bet. All right, I'm gonna subscribe to you. You say who Tank fight? I don't know, man. Right now, I've heard between De Los Santos and um. Then I've heard I heard Rayo the most. I heard De Los Santos was an option. Then I heard some other names. Most of the guys I've heard at 140. Haven't really heard any 135s. I don't know. You said, what's up, Jose? Jose says the fight was great. Only the Lara fight was bad. Yeah, I agree. That's the only one, bro. I got sleepy. The reason why I didn't like the Lara fight, as far as the way it was going, I was entertained, but it kind of made me sleepy a little bit. By that time, my energy was already up. Then it kind of brought me all the way down. And I had to raise my energy again for the Canelo fight. Yeah, I agree. The fight was great. The prelims was amazing. Those Mexican fighters on the prelims they were some dogs, man. Got to give them respect. They were some dogs, man. They carried that fight last night. I don't know who Tank's fighting next though. The reason why people don't understand that Tank fighting Rayo might hurt everything. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna be on there. Yeah, I'm gonna be on there, Neo. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely be on there. I'm gonna check you out. I'm gonna check you out later on. I'm gonna be on your channel later on. You'll see my comments. But yeah, everybody was fighting good last night, man. I don't know who Tank's gonna fight though. But right now, the boxing game, like I've said before, Canelo and Tank are in their prime right now. If we want to carry the sport forward a little bit better, we have to put those guys in a ring with a certain matchup right now. If we don't, this generation of boxing is gonna be remembered for fights like Haney versus Ryan, Canelo versus Berlanga and Munguia. Munguia and that Canelo's fought and probably Triple G was old. Charlo was a 54. John Ryder's on his way out. He fought Dimitri Bivol. The best fighters he's beat since Caleb Plant. Billy Joe Saunders, I wasn't too high on. Probably since Kovalev, as far as a 168. Yeah, Caleb Plant, you could throw him in there too. But the last time Canelo was really in a dog fight, in my eyes, was probably against Caleb Plant and Daniel Jacobs. That's why a lot of this generation right now doesn't really know much about Canelo. Okay, cool, bet. Yeah, man, Neo, they tripping. They on here taking down your comments and everything. So they definitely on your back right now. They taking down all your comments. They on your back hard right now. You think Fulton lost the fight? I mean, I can understand what you're saying. I can't argue with that. But I thought he won the fight. I just think Castro was a little better than what people expected. But yeah, I can see why you say he lost the fight. I can see why you said that. I see why a lot of people said that. It was a close fight. That fight was close. If Caleb Plant would have went 12 rounds, that fight would have been close. Yeah, most of the fights were pretty close last night. It wasn't like a super blowout. Now Berlanga, I don't know what rounds he won. That's the only thing I'm gonna have to ask anybody, any fans that are talking about Berlanga and Canelo last night. The one thing I want to find out, and I'm gonna probably have to write this down, I want to find out what rounds do fans think Berlanga won. Because people are highly impressed. That was a 12-round fight. Now, how many rounds did he win last night? That's one thing I have to find out. Because people are like, yeah, I'm glad Berlanga went 12 rounds. Yeah, but Canelo, his career is bigger than just trying to go 12 rounds with Berlanga. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially the way people say that he's always going to knock out somebody. We can't, that's why I'm saying, like, even I'm a Crawford fan. I think Crawford has like 10, 11 knockouts in his last 12 fights. I never go into a Crawford fight like, he's finna knock out this guy. Like, even with Majramov, I was like, Crawford, I never said Crawford, he's just gonna wash Majramov. But a lot of times, no, but it was ring rust though. Because the same thing that happened to Caleb Plant last night with Fulton. I mean, happened to Caleb Plant happened to Fulton last night. And Fulton walked that guy down last night. Jose, that's the only thing I can really get out the Fulton fight last night. Whether anybody thinks Fulton won or lost, cool. But one thing people had to realize last night, out of everybody on that fight card last night, Fulton's fought Mexican style more than anybody last night. He was the only person walking somebody down. He wasn't clinching. He wasn't holding the whole fight. A lot of people cry about clinching, holding, the fight being boring, not throwing enough punches. He made all that irrelevant last night. He was throwing his hands. He wasn't clinching. What else? His stamina was high. He got up from a knockdown. But that's why I said something about Virgil Ortiz a couple of weeks ago. I mean, if you think Virgil Ortiz lost, then I gotta agree with you on the Fulton fight. But if you think Virgil Ortiz won this fight, well, I gotta disagree with the Stephen Fulton fight. That's how I feel. Stephen Fulton did way more than what Virgil Ortiz did in his fight against Borchin. He was landing some shots, but so was Stephen Fulton. That guy last night was jabbing Stephen Fulton. He just dropped him with a right hand. He set him up with a 1-2. But then Fulton got right back up and was walking towards him. But yeah, but Fulton just beat Angelo Leo though. So his resume gonna get better as these other guys fight. He's beat Angelo Leo and Figueroa already. He really has nothing to prove. He's the reason why Inoue is even getting celebrated right now. But the long layoffs and not fighting for a year, yeah, it adds up. But like I said earlier though, Stephen Fulton officially has the most talked about prelim fight in history. And now I see why PBC put him on the prelims. It definitely, his fight has been talked about more than the Caleb Plant fight. It's been more talked about than I mean, they did a good job. The Villa fight, it's been more talked about than the Rolly fight. Bro, you gotta understand, I just seen Virgil Ortiz get beat down the same way. I mean, worse. And people are saying they want to see Virgil Ortiz fight Crawford. Crawford would destroy Virgil Ortiz. Destroy. If they make this fight between Madrimov and Boychuk, I'm not gonna have to say a word. If Boychuk goes out there and beats the crap out of, if Madrimov goes out there and beat the crap out of Boychuk, people gonna realize how much of a threat that Crawford actually fought. See, that's what Canelo's not gonna do. He's not gonna fight a killer and then have the killer go out here and hunt down other guys who are killers in boxing. You said he on the prelims for a reason? Yeah, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, that's the best name on Inoue's resume. So right now, as you're saying this, you got to realize, if you're saying that Fulton's career is over, Inoue's best win is against a guy whose career is, what does that say about Inoue? That's his best win. That's his best win. You got to think about that. That's his best win. That's his best win. What people don't want to do is they don't want to give the Mexican guy, Carlos Castro, credit for being a very good fighter last night against Stephen Fulton. A lot of people said Stephen Fulton was fighting a bum last night. Now they want to take credit because the fight was close. You got to think about that. That's why I don't really put too much stock into it. You know how I am. That's why I don't put too much. I don't give people credit as far as the pound for pound. Because people will say Stephen Fulton trash, man. But anyway, he needs to be number one. For what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the Mayweather thing, bro. A lot of people said that about Mayweather. He sells out and everything. And then those people was like, oh, I'm a Canelo fan. All Mayweather cares about is money. It's crazy. Let me tell y'all this. When I was growing up, a lot of people used to say Mayweather only cares about money. All he talks about is how many tickets he sells and how much money he makes and giving guys paydays. And that's all you hear now when it comes to Inoue, when it comes to Tank, when it comes to Canelo. That's not boxing. That's why a lot of times when the fight actually happens, people don't know what's going on, because most of the time when we're talking about boxing, it has nothing to do with no punches being thrown. It has everything to do with tickets being sold, a guy getting dropped, and this and this. Let me ask you a question right now, Jose. Who you think won between Virgil Ortiz and Boychuk? Do you think Virgil Ortiz won? Do you think Virgil Ortiz is done? You think Virgil Ortiz done? And I like Virgil Ortiz. I'm just, like I said though, because Virgil Ortiz's face was busted after that bullshit fight. I don't want to pull up the picture, but dude's face was destroyed. And people say, oh, the faces don't matter. In a fight? In a fight, it don't matter what your face look like? So when they ask a doctor to look at a cut, that don't matter no more? Trust me, bro. I done broke all this down already. Fulton don't got a lot of fans over here anyway, so a lot of people to say he done. I mean, I could possibly say a couple of guys are done that's in worse position than Fulton. He's getting better? No, he's not, brother. He's not getting better. He's not getting better. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. He's not getting better. His jab ain't that good. He throws big punches, but his defense is 0. He's not getting better. Yeah, and that let me know everything I need to know right there. And I got love for you, but that let me know you ain't trying to have a real conversation. Virgil Young, he getting better. How is Virgil young and getting better? Virgil look around the same age as Boots. Bro, Boots Ennis is undefeated right now, and you still got American fans. See, we got high standards in America. You still got American fans right now that's saying Boots Ennis need to do more. Look at all the guys Virgil Ortiz knocked out. He knocked out a whole bunch of 140s. A lot of these guys Virgil Ortiz knocked out as 140s, journeyman. He get the ball check, struggle. 12 rounds. You said anyway might win. That's why I'm saying, bro. Y'all don't even know that. Y'all don't even know Stephen Fulton beat Angelo Leo already. The guy who just knocked out Venado Lopez. Stephen Fulton just beat Angelo Leo, and he beat Brandon Figueroa. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't even know this. Y'all don't even know that Stephen Fulton has already beat some of the best Mexican fighters in the world already. Y'all are discrediting the whole country of Mexico so you can say Stephen Fulton is trash. I don't know how many times I've seen Mexican fans recently say that fighters are trash just so they get, but they're disrespecting all the Mexican fighters that he had beaten them. You said Ryan Garcia. I didn't see nobody say Ryan Garcia wouldn't be the same after he quit against Tank. That's not. Devin Haney's not finished, bro. Devin Haney's name coming up right now shows that he's not finished. That lets me know that right now. I saw Anthony Joshua get beat up by Andrew Ruiz, and everybody act like that didn't happen. I seen Tyson Fury get dropped by an MMA fighter. So yeah, anybody can bounce back and fight in boxing. You said Fulton has no fans? Who cares about that, bro? I'm a boxing channel. We're not talking about who has fans. Like I said, you're going back to stuff that has nothing to do with the fight. Do you know what happened in the fight last night? Do you know that Fulton didn't throw no jabs last night? Do you know that Fulton fought Mexican style last night? And you had a whole lot of Mexicans fighting more so like Floyd last night? It was more Mexicans fighting like Floyd that actually fought more than Mexican style. Who fought like a Mexican last night? You can't name one Mexican who fought like a Mexican last night. Can't name one. And that's not an argument. I'm just saying facts. We're not arguing. There's not one Mexican last night you can name and say, hey man, he fought like a Mexican last night. So the fact that Stephen Fulton is actually a conversation over Canelo, over Lara, over Rolly Romero. You said Ryan didn't take the beating that Haney did. Bro, did you see Virgil Ortiz's face after he fought Bullshit? He had to go to the hospital. Virgil Ortiz went to the hospital a couple of weeks ago, bro. Devin Haney went home. I don't think y'all understand what I'm saying right now. Devin Haney went home. Virgil Ortiz went to the hospital. Lomachenko went to the hospital. Lomachenko is not fighting right now. I'll drop another hint on you. Devin Haney actually has a video out on the internet right now, which I told people 10 years ago that he actually fought Tank Davis. Lomachenko has no video ever where he fought Tank Davis. Think about that real quick. Ryan Garcia just came out and said he's 154 pounds. I've been saying that all year. Nobody brought up the fact that Ryan Garcia is 154 pounds. You said boxing's a business, you need fans. Bro, Berlanga wasn't selling out before Berlanga just got kicked off the top rank, bro. Boxing it's a business, but they not making money right now. Then you just hear Turkey Al-Sheikh say he had Isaac Cruz and Rayo fighting. He had Andy Ruiz and Big Baby. He just had Andy Cruz fight. He just had Terrence Crawford and Madrimov, and he just said he lost money. Boxing is a business, but they're not making any money like that, though. They're not really focused on making money right now. If they were focused on making money right now, they wouldn't have Canelo fight a guy who's never been a world champion and never been on pay-per-view before. All these guys Canelo has been fighting. Let me go back down. All the guys Canelo been fighting. Berlanga, first pay-per-view. Munguia, first pay-per-view. John Ryder, first pay-per-view. I think Golovkin was Golovkin on pay-per-view before that? He was on HBO. Let me make sure. I think Golovkin might have been on pay-per-view. His first pay-per-view. All these guys Canelo was fighting, they had their first pay-per-view with Canelo. The only person, let me tell you what about Canelo's resume. Canelo ain't had a knockout in 3 years. Okay, let's get that out understood. Canelo hasn't had a knockout in 3 years. And he has a lot of fans. Who cares? He hasn't knocked anybody out in 3 years. I heard a lot of people saying Canelo would knock out Crawford. He can't knock out Little Charlo. Canelo hasn't had a knockout in 3 years. And those are not real fans, because as soon as Isaac Cruz lost to Rayo, like I said he was going to do a couple of weeks ago, everybody said Isaac Cruz was a crybaby and, oh, he's just talking about Rayo was running. Trust me, bro, it's the same excuses every time. It's the same excuses every time. It's the same excuses. I've seen it before. I've been here before, bro. I really know boxing. These guys, when we're talking about Canelo, I'm like a big fan compared to these other guys. I'm like a big Canelo fan. I'm not that much of a Fulton fan, but I've grown to like what he made me a fan last night. And I'm gonna tell you one thing right now. Most of the guys that you're naming, they can't sell pay-per-views on their own. Virgil Ortiz can't sell a pay-per-view. He wasn't on pay-per-view a couple of weeks ago. And he got almost 100% knockout rate. And he's Mexican. He doesn't have that many fans right now. You said Canelo was beat on. Haney was beat on for 12 rounds, hitting the floor several times. Virgil Ortiz was as well, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all understand this or not, but Virgil Ortiz just got beat down pretty bad recently. And the guy wasn't on PEDs. Matter of fact, Boychek's been knocked out before. Virgil Ortiz got beat up by a guy who got knocked out before. Think about that. You said you'll see Haney's cooked. No, you'll see that Haney's not cooked. You'll see that Ryan Garcia was on PEDs. You'll see that Ryan Garcia won't be able to beat guys like Tank. He won't be able to beat none of the guys we seen fight last night. He'll struggle with a Rolly Romero right now. You'll see that Ryan Garcia is walking around at 180 right now, and he's possibly Ryan Garcia just said he weighs 180 pounds. and I haven't seen not one person drop a video about it. Let's quit caring, let's quit acting like we care about Devin Haney not being the same and stuff like that. I didn't hear not one person say that Anthony Joshua won't be the same after his fight. Tyson Fury just had two of the worst performances of the last 12 months. He got dropped by an MMA fighter and he got beat up by a cruiserweight. If anybody should say somebody doesn't have a chin and somebody is done, he should be one of those guys. If I seen Devin Haney get dropped by an MMA fighter, I'd say, bro, he's done. He's done. But the fact that I haven't heard a lot of people saying that Tyson Fury, who got dropped by an MMA fighter, that he's not done, nah. Y'all got to understand, I'm a bigger Ryan Garcia fan than a lot of you guys are. Check my videos. You're talking to a Ryan Garcia fan. Dude is not like that. I was one of the guys that didn't want to see him fight Tank Davis because I knew he was going to lose to Tank. Think about that. We paid Ryan Garcia made what? He sold 1 million pay-per-views to do what against Tank Davis? You don't think Devin Haney can go 6 rounds against Tank Davis when we just seen him sparring? Tank Davis at 16? Think about that. Think about it. Ryan Garcia, he lasts 6 rounds with Tank Davis, and that's something to celebrate? Yeah, Ryan gonna need the PEDs. The difference between me and everybody else is I know why Ryan took the PEDs. Bro cares about social media and what other people say. But is he gonna be able to take PEDs for the next? What did Rayo say recently when Ryan Garcia said, "I want to fight you"? Rayo said, "We can fight. We got to use VADA." So that lets you know everything you need to know about the Ryan situation. Yeah, they couldn't base the fight on anything Berlanga did at all. Not one thing. And I respect all y'all opinion, but at the same time, if you go back, I'm gonna just tell you, go back to my prediction video with Ryan Garcia after he fought Oscar Duarte. Just go to my post-fight video where everybody was talking about Ryan Garcia was trash and he looked horrible against Oscar Duarte. Just go back to that video and then go to my prediction video with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. And then you'll see that I've been telling everybody about Ryan Garcia's left hook, even after he lost to Tank Davis. Do you realize that Ryan Garcia has fought Tank Davis and nobody still mentioned his left hook? They didn't mention his left hook until the television told everybody, "Oh, look at his left hook. He's landing a left hook against against Devin Haney. Look at his left hook." Let me tell you how many casuals it is that report boxing now. These guys didn't even tell nobody that Ryan Garcia beat Devin Haney three times already in the amateurs. And what these guys will say on YouTube, the amateurs don't matter. Man, quit letting these guys lie to y'all when it comes to boxing, man. You're not gonna win no money like that. Guess what? Even if you bet that Ryan Garcia was gonna knock out Devin Haney, let's just say you bet your life that Ryan Garcia was gonna knock out Devin Haney. He didn't knock out Devin Haney. He went 12 rounds. And the fact that you respect that Virgil Ortiz's performance, and Virgil Ortiz, he went 12 rounds. He went life and death with a guy who got knocked out by Brandon Adams. And most people don't even know who Brandon Adams is. I do. Think about that. Ryan Garcia been fighting all these years and nobody mentioned a left hook. He has limitations, man. His clock is winding down. You say you need casuals to be a star. Not really, because a lot of these guys who actually, like, let me give you an example, Jose. When guys watch the NBA and stuff like that, because Manny Pacquiao's a huge NBA fan. If you ask Manny Pacquiao about the NBA, he gonna tell you everything you need to know. But people will consider him a casual because he's not from this country. Bro, when I talk to people about boxing in the UK, they know about everything. When I talk to yeah, I'll tell you this. In Japan, they don't talk about Stephen Fulton in a bad way. They think that Stephen Fulton is a very good fighter in Japan. Even the Japanese fans, they know that I be telling the truth about it in a way, and they don't get upset. So it's not more so the casuals. It's just Americans is on this. Well, since this guy's American, I'm gonna go with him, and this guy's from Puerto Rico, so that's why they had the Puerto Rico and Mexican thing last night, because they're like, well, if I tell these guys it's Mexico versus Puerto Rico, then they just gonna go with the Puerto Rican. What did you hear most of the people say about Berlanga last night? Well, he's Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm gonna go with him. I don't even call that casual. That's just picking somebody who's on the same team as me. That's like me picking a black guy every time. I'm black, but I don't like I'm not picking Anthony Joshua every time. Exactly. And Neo know what I'm talking about. Neo, am I lying? Am I lying? Neo knows I'm not lying. Neo knows I'm not lying. Neo will tell you right now. Nobody cares that Nick Ball got beat up by Ray Vargas. Nobody in the UK cares that Anthony Joshua got knocked out by Andrew Ruiz. Then the second fight, he went 12 rounds and he never knocked him down. Nobody cares that Canelo got beat up by Bivol and little Floyd Mayweather. And I begged people not to have that fight. I said, bro, Canelo's not ready. I said, he's not ready. Oh, man, he's supposed to be the next Oscar De La Hoya, and he has 30-something, 40 fights. Oh, he's ready, man. The dude has like 40 fights. I'm like, bro, he's not ready. I said he's not ready, bro. Imagine that Berlanga and Munguia would have had 2 more fights before they fought Canelo at 168. Oh my God, we probably would have seen them beat Canelo. But the fans are so stuck on yeah, Neo know what I'm talking about. It's real talk. Bro, in Mexico, they don't like, I'm telling you. In Mexico, a lot of Mexican fans follow me, I'm telling y'all, especially on TikTok. They don't care about losses. They just want to see great fights. I'm gonna tell you why Haney losing made boxing better. It made boxing better because now we get to see that certain guys who lose, they get more popularity. Haney got more popular for losing than he did winning. That's how bad boxing is right now. Berlanga just got popular for losing to Canelo. Bro, I'm a fan of Canelo. But Berlanga and Munguia just got popular for going 12 rounds with Canelo. Just telling you the truth. They got more popular for going 12 rounds with Canelo. Think about that. That's how low the sport of boxing is right now. Instead of saying how good these guys actually fought against Canelo, both of these guys got dropped against Canelo. They didn't do much of anything, but they'll get more credit than somebody like Devin Haney who walked down a guy on PEDs for 12 rounds. I don't understand that. But I do understand, but I don't understand why the fans don't understand that that's not helping boxing. Look at Tia. I got a video coming out tomorrow. Look at Tiafimo. I'm gonna pull up a picture tomorrow. I'm gonna show y'all a picture real quick about what my live gonna be tomorrow. Real quick. And I made this picture 3 weeks ago. I'm gonna put this thumbnail up here real quick, but this is what I'm gonna do my video on. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? I'm gonna show you guys this picture. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, I really know boxing, man. A lot of people don't like what I'm saying or what I have to say about boxing. I mean, that's okay. I mean, I'm not friends with everybody, but I'm gonna tell the truth over here though. Look at this picture right here on my screen. Look at this picture on my screen. Look at my picture on my screen. Do you think I got time to be answering any kind of questions about knockouts and who look bad in fights? Look at this picture on my screen. I'm gonna ask you another question. Why don't any of these other YouTubers do research like I do? Look at this picture on my screen. Do you know that I was gonna do this yesterday, but I didn't want to be disrespectful to Canelo on fight day, and I didn't want to look like a hater, because everybody call people haters these days. Oh, you're hating because you told the truth. Look at this picture right here, bro. Do you think I got time to be arguing about Devin Haney right now? Canelo has the same amount of knockouts as Shakur Stevenson from 3 years ago. I mean, from the last 4 years. And people says Shakur Stevenson. Let's forget about Devin Haney. Look at Shakur. Shakur Stevenson has the same amount of knockouts as Canelo. Canelo needed a knockout last night bad. And this is the reason why. I said I'm not going to post the picture because Canelo going to get a knockout against Berlanga. Now, I don't nobody want to say nothing. Y'all see why? Y'all understand now? Come on, man. Like, just look at this. Look at this. 3 knockouts? You got the same amount of knockouts as Shakur Stevenson? Now y'all see why everybody talks about Shakur Stevenson? More than Berlanga? More than Ryan Garcia right now? You see why? And look at Teofimo. Everybody says Teofimo will knock out this guy. He'll knock out that guy. He'll knock out this guy. Teofimo has 1 knockout. Ain't nobody saying nothing no more, huh? Bro, I invented being a troll, bro. If I wanted to be a troll and just turn this whole boxing channel into being a troll, I really could. You said Shakur Stevenson is a track star. Last time I heard Ryo was. They said Ryo. If Shakur is a track star, what is Berlanga last night? So you gonna tell me Berlanga was walking down Canelo last night? How much do you like Teofimo? What do you think about Teofimo? Do you think he's a knockout artist like everybody says he is? Everybody says Teofimo is a knockout artist. Bro, I can make so much money trolling like the rest of these boxing channels. I'm not the rest of these boxing channels, man. I just tell facts. If y'all don't realize it right now, I don't know how old you guys are. Everybody's turned into a troll. And it's not really cool for the internet, because now if you don't troll, you're not going to make any money on the internet or anything. I don't really chase no money because, you know, I'm a different type of guy in real life. But I'm the closest thing to a Neo in the Matrix. Like Neo said in the comment section. This is why I don't argue about who's going to do this and that. Bro, at the end of the day, when everybody was sitting there saying, Teofimo will knock this guy out, he'll knock that guy out, he'll knock this guy out. Teofimo hasn't had nothing but 1 knockout in the last 4 years. And Teofimo doesn't even fight black guys. Why does Canelo have the same amount of knockouts as a guy with broken hands? You said I call everybody a troll that disagrees with you. You said a troll? Bro, everybody out here trolls, man. No, I ain't calling y'all no troll. I ain't calling y'all no troll. But what you're talking about, that's trolling. Because I can turn that live into this type of live right now. Do we want to talk about Canelo only having 3 knockouts in the last 4 years? Should I waste my time actually talking about that right now? Just asking. Just asking. Asking for a friend. Because the internet, this is why I can make the internet dangerous. Right now, people want to just cater to what other people say. And yeah, I agree with that guy and I want to be popular. I don't care about popularity. You say I'm mad at Canelo. Nah, man, ain't nobody mad at Canelo. Canelo just doing his job. What the fans talking like the fans the ones that's talking like they're Canelo. You're just a fan. Not you, I'm just talking about any kind of fan. Fans talking like they're Canelo. That's what a problem comes to. Everybody think everybody knocking out people and, oh, Canelo will knock out Crawford, man. You said, bro, you're a Canelo hater. How am I a Canelo hater when I was the one that said Canelo was actually trying to help Ryan Garcia last year? How am I a Canelo hater when a lot of people don't even report on Canelo? Have you thought about that? Have you ever looked at some of these guys' channels whose favorite fighter is Canelo and their highest video is Deontay Wilder? Boxing fans are haters. Let me tell you why. Every time I go to any boxing channel right now and just hit most popular video, it's gonna be about Deontay Wilder or somebody, or Earl Spence, or even channels that follow Canelo. Their most popular video is gonna be a Deontay Wilder or something. And then the first thing people will say is he can't box. Well, what you think these guys can't do then? These guys are supposed to be knockout artists. Shakur's not even a knockout artist. We weren't talking about Canelo. I haven't said anything about Canelo, man. But yeah, like I was saying, man, people are going to understand that the internet is very dangerous. I can make the internet dangerous very quick. Yeah, I just speak facts, bro. Ain't that what I'm doing, Nia? I'm just speaking facts. They don't in America, bro. They don't like facts, bro. In America, they don't like facts. They like to pick Mexican fighters. Like Mexico, they don't do that. Usually when I see a guy picking a guy because he's Mexican, that's usually because he stays in America now and he feels like he has to go against everything in America. So if a guy's a good fighter in America, they're like, oh, well, I'm gonna just go with the Mexican guy. I feel like he's better. I feel this, I feel that. Feelings. But when we talk about facts, nobody wants to speak on it. Nobody. Why would I not talk about Canelo? He's the face of boxing. Didn't y'all say that? Why would I be a boxing channel and not talk about the face of boxing? So do you want me to not? So do you want me to ignore Canelo? I don't know. What is that? Yeah, wait till tomorrow though when I cook on this. Canelo got the same amount of knockouts as Shakur Stevenson in the last 4 years. Yeah, that dude's done, man. He's over with. The best Canelo you're going to get is the one you got right now. Going 12 rounds with Berlanga. I've seen Berlanga hurt worse than sparring. I've seen Berlanga hurt worse than sparring. One thing you won't hear anybody say today, you won't hear not one person come out today and say, Berlanga will destroy Benavidez. You'll never hear that. That's how you know these guys. Yeah. Facts. They don't like facts. Bro, in the world, they don't like facts. These guys don't live off facts. They live off fantasy. These guys grew up on cartoons, man. What's up, Al the pal? Yeah, I respect everything they're saying. What y'all saying is not wrong. I'm just saying the way y'all coming at it is like, what's up, Al the pal? Yeah, Al pal. Yeah, that's my cousin too. I was supposed to kiss him last time. But y'all don't understand what y'all gonna do is you're gonna end up having, bro. Y'all don't even understand that Benavidez is one fight away from fighting Bivol. If he fights Bivol and beats Dimitri Bivol while Canelo is still fighting, Canelo's career is done. I am a fan of Canelo. I am trying to save Canelo. If Canelo does not fight Bivol, I mean, if Benavidez fights Bivol and beats him, Canelo is done. I don't know if people understand that. Oh yeah, you definitely gonna get that, especially in boxing. Especially in boxing. But yeah, I'm not arguing with y'all though. Matter of fact, I'll show I'm not arguing with y'all. Let me prove. Yeah, but if Canelo goes out here and lets if Canelo lets Benavidez gets the you said you did it for Canelo. Man, look, you got a lot of people that's telling you that Canelo was good. They were once telling you that Diddy was good. You ever thought about that? Everybody that's telling you that Canelo was the best Mexican fighter of all time, they was just telling you that P. Diddy was the best rap billionaire of all time. So really, these guys who tell the news on TV, those the ones you got to blame for Diddy. I ain't never write an article about Diddy. Those are the guys we got to start blaming, these guys on TV, these commentators. Oh yeah, I tried to catch you last time, Al. These are the guys that have been telling us about all this crazy stuff over the years. Oh yeah, no doubt, man. I'm just on here speaking facts. I'm telling y'all, man. Go back and check. Bro, I put out a video this time last year, after Ryan Garcia lost to Tank Davis. I put out a video on my channel that said Ryan Garcia is going to fight anybody the next 2-3 years. I said he's going to fight any fighter. He's going to take big fights from now on. And he turned around and fought Devin Haney. So Ryan Garcia made me look good. He's making me look good right now. I don't know if y'all know it, but Ryan Garcia, everybody who's trying to take credit for Ryan Garcia and Berlanga and all these guys after the fact, I said Canelo was going to fight Berlanga last year. I said Ryan Garcia was going to take a big fight last year. I said Ryan Garcia was going to have a bigger fight than Canelo in 2024 last year. That doesn't make me look bad. You got to think about that. If you just tell the truth in boxing and leave your feelings out of it, people will realize you're not. One thing I do I like that the fans don't do, they'll never come in my comments and say I'm clickbaiting. Never. Nobody ever says I'm clickbaiting. That's like the ultimate respect I get. I don't care if nobody don't like me. I just don't want anybody to say, oh, you're clickbaiting. Ryan Garcia versus Haney is a bigger fight than any fight Canelo's had this year. So the fact that we're running around saying that Canelo's the face of boxing, okay. Okay. Still have Ryan Garcia have a bigger fight than Canelo did this year. Then people will say, well, Canelo sold more. They're still talking about Ryan Garcia more than they're talking about Canelo. It's a fact. Dude has more followers. He's getting more news. This dude getting promoted by Top Rank. I've seen Ryan Garcia on Top Rank pages, PBC pages, and I've seen him on the Zone pages. And he's with Golden Boy. Yeah, we do need more truth channels in boxing. We need more truth channels in MMA too. They came at me for saying that Shevchenko, the girl who won the co-main event last night, they got mad at me for saying she was going to win last night. She went out there and won, dominated. Yeah, we need more truth channels all around. It's not really the truth though. It's just saying the facts. A lot of people want to say what the fans are saying and everything. That's cool and everything, but a lot of people don't really even know that Berlanga has a new trainer, bro, because we've been arguing about negotiations and who guys want to fight. Nobody even knows that Berlanga has a new trainer. People don't think getting a new trainer is a big deal. I was the only channel out here that asked Teofimo Lopez, bro, please get another trainer. You don't have to leave your dad, but please get another trainer right now. If you don't get another trainer, you're not going to grow like Munguia's doing. Munguia's working with Freddie Roach. He's working with Eric Morales. He needs to work with different trainers. I feel like Canelo possibly should have too earlier in his career. He felt like it was double crossing and everything else. He's loyal. I can respect that. A lot of people ain't loyal, so I respect that. But if people think that he couldn't have got some better training to beat Bivol, I mean, okay. You said fans are who makes you the star. That used to be, but I'm gonna tell you why it's not. I'm gonna tell you why it's not just the fans. The media can create fans these days. The media can create fans. They can create a star. A media can create a star. Everybody who Canelo's fought, they're not stars in boxing. Especially after he fights them. John Ryder wasn't a star. He was noticed, but he wasn't a star. Golovkin wasn't really a star after he fought Canelo, because I'm going to tell you why. Golovkin, he could have easily... Canelo actually saved Golovkin's career. That's why I give Canelo credit. If Canelo would have never fought Triple G would have never been as big as he is. Look at Triple G's resume and then take Canelo off his resume. His biggest name would have been Danny Jacobs. Even right now, his second biggest fight is Danny Jacobs. And a lot of those fans that Canelo had came from Floyd Mayweather, which came from Oscar De La Hoya. You need a dancing partner more than you need fans, because the fans ain't gonna know who you are unless you're in a big fight. A lot of fans who know who Devin Haney are right now. Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, Neo. I'm gonna check you out later on too, Neo. For real, I'm gonna be on there later on. Yeah, Neo, put your channel in the comment section if you want people to subscribe. But the boxers create stars more than the look. I'm gonna tell you why. Look at Tank Davis and Isaac Cruz. Do y'all know that I got destroyed for saying that Isaac Cruz is a decent fighter? Just for saying that he was decent. I was like, yeah, he's decent. I'll see him. I'll watch him against Tank. He's decent. People say, oh, Tank fighting a bum, man. He better knock this guy out. I'm like, whoa. And then recently with Rayo got knocked out by De Los Santos. And what did I tell everybody? Hey, man, Rayo might have a chance against Isaac Cruz. Nah, he getting knocked out. So the fans will actually destroy you faster than they will build you up to be a star. The person who's going to build you up to be a star, Isaac Cruz became a star because of Tank Davis. It wasn't necessarily the fans, because without Tank Davis, he wouldn't have had those fans. He's already been fighting way before that. I seen Isaac Cruz lose before that fight. He had a loss before he fought Tank. But it's the fighter who helps create. Look what De La Hoya did for Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was already fighting on. I heard recently, because I'm not an old guy, I heard recently that Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather was fighting on a Mike Tyson card. Bro, think about that. Floyd Mayweather was fighting in front of the same crowd as Mike Tyson. And he couldn't get on pay-per-view until he fought Oscar De La Hoya. He was fighting on HBO for free against Arturo Gatti. And when he won that fight, he felt like that was like the biggest thing to him. And that fight was free the next week. You need a dancing partner in boxing. Ryan Garcia fighting Oscar Duarte is not the same as fighting Devin Haney. Yeah, bro got some good stuff on his channel. He's all right. I'm gonna definitely check that out. Oh yeah, no doubt, man. But yeah, Canelo. But we gotta understand though, when Canelo fought Bivol, he should have got Benavidez right then. Benavidez wasn't that strong. He wasn't that big. He was at a nice position in his career where he should have jumped on. But what Canelo did was he chose Bivol instead of how do I say this? He chose Bivol because he wanted to measure up how good he was against Benavidez at that time. Even though I don't know if y'all know this, I'm a bigger fan of Benavidez than all these guys. And I don't mention Benavidez that much because I don't have to. He fights the top competition. But Bivol, he was trying to see how good Bivol was because he wanted to measure him up against Benavidez. But when he seen the Bivol fight was hard, he was like, nah, I'm not gonna fight Benavidez. Haven't y'all noticed that? He fought Caleb Plant, but he didn't fight Benavidez because he knows Benavidez is at a certain level to where he's like, he's too big, he's too strong, his arms, his reach. Benavidez got an amazing jab. Canelo know that jab is a problem. Even at 175, Benavidez caused problems with that jab. I was telling people last year when they said David Morrell is ready for Benavidez. And we seen in Morrell's last fight, he's not ready for Benavidez. If he was fighting Benavidez instead of Hot Rod, he would have got stopped. And we haven't heard nobody talk about Benavidez and Morrell ever since Morrell's last fight. Benavidez will stop him. And Benavidez was going to fight him and Munguia last year. And Canelo took those fights away. And that's why I respect Munguia. I would never disrespect Munguia because Munguia was finna give Benavidez a fight. That's why I don't try to go at Oscar De La Hoya because Oscar De La Hoya, he makes all his young guys fight. The only person that Oscar De La Hoya isn't forcing to fight right now is Zepeda. But that's because he's made everybody else fight. He's made Zurdo fight already, big fights. He's already made Virgil Ortiz coming off a 2-year layoff, I think, 2 or 3 year layoff. He's brought him back. Virgil Ortiz jumped into a big fight as soon as he come back. I said, I'm not going to disrespect Virgil Ortiz. He comes straight back. Bro, you got to think about it. Virgil Ortiz hasn't been active at all. He's come back and had harder fights than guys who's actually been fighting for the last 2 or 3 years. So I said, let me put some respect on his name. Not going to disrespect him, Zurdo. Who else? Just look at all the guys Oscar got. Oscar put Ryan Garcia back out there. Oscar didn't want Ryan Garcia to have a fight with Haney because he knew Ryan Garcia was just coming off a tough fight against Tank. He was mad how, him and Ryan was fighting back and forth. People forgot how Ryan and Oscar was fighting last year. They were fighting. You remember when the Oscar Duarte fight happened, the press conference, and they were saying, man, I don't like how my team don't believe in me. Bro, Ryan Garcia didn't think Oscar believed in him. And I was putting out videos saying, man, Ryan gonna do something. So people gotta understand, Ryan was like almost finished. If Haney saved his career. If he wouldn't have fought Haney, a lot of people would have said Ryan's done. They were saying Ryan was done. They were saying Ryan Garcia was done last year. They were saying he was done. Dude's only 25. That's why I'm not a huge fan of people trying to rush the young guys because they tried to retire Ryan Garcia last year. Yeah, but I still think Tank and I think even with Tank Davis, I'm gonna say this because I'm hard on Tank, but guys is people don't catch on to it. But I be knowing more about Tank than these guys do. I knew Tank was gonna fight Frank Martin last year, but people don't know it. Tank has already fought Shakur Stevenson and what's his name? Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney already. They've sparred, but he's already fought these guys. He just hasn't fought them in the ring, and it's been years since they fought. But Tank will fight everybody. I'm pretty sure Canelo would as well. But in America right now, we don't have really that many stars in boxing where we're building up. So we have to constantly use Canelo and Tank as if Tank and Canelo was fighting in Saudi Arabia right now, the biggest fight in America would have been Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. We're not having big fights like that right now. Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney would have been the biggest fight this year, with or without Canelo and Tank. So people got to realize that. You said Pitbull not a star? I think Pitbull is a star, man. I'm gonna tell you why. I won't give up on Pitbull. I think Pitbull is a star because he comes to fight and he fights anybody. And Pitbull only 25 years old, and he's really like a 135 fighting at 140. So that's why I really ain't gave up on Pitbull yet. But I think Pitbull legit. But let me go back to what Al Pal saying. Al Pal, you cooking right now. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Canelo might have to retire eventually, but I don't think right now he's done all the way. But because Berlanga's still a hard fight. Berlanga still go out there and beat up a couple of guys. But I think the fans are kind of, when they say, oh man, Crawford, man, he'll get destroyed by Canelo, they don't know what they're seeing. It's the same thing I heard before the Mayweather, and when I heard people saying Mayweather was small against Canelo, he wasn't big, I just knew what time it was. And that fight right there shows you how good Mayweather is. So it was good for Mayweather's career, but it was bad for Canelo's career because he could have still been undefeated going into the Bivol fight. He could have easily been undefeated going into the Bivol fight. But I do give Canelo credit, though. He does fight some tough names, even fighting Lara. A lot of people in America give Canelo a lot of credit for fighting Lara. Canelo gets more credit for fighting Lara than he does Triple G. He gets a lot of credit for fighting Lara. But I think Canelo actually helped Triple G's career out more than he helped his own. If you look at his resume and what Canelo was doing, Canelo was fighting some big names before he ran into Triple G. When he ran into Triple G, and then the fans was like, yeah, this is good enough. Canelo like, okay, I'll just fight these type of guys then. I'll fight these European fighters, and I don't have to fight a David Benavidez or a Crawford. You got fans right now that's telling Canelo, you don't need to fight Crawford or Benavidez. So imagine if Floyd Mayweather was like 25 or 30 right now. Fans would be saying, man, I don't want to see Canelo fight Floyd Mayweather. He's not ready. He'll get knocked out. And now, after he fought Floyd Mayweather, a lot of people say, man, he was too young. I said that before the fight. If I would have had a YouTube channel back then, my YouTube channel would have said, Canelo is too young to fight Floyd. He's too young to fight Floyd. That's the only thing. But yeah, David is a problem, though. David Benavidez, I'm telling you, if Canelo lets David Benavidez get his hands on Bitterbill or Bivol, and this guy ends up being one of those guys, it's not going to be good for Canelo's career. It won't. He should have got David Benavidez during the shutdown, when everything was shut down 2 or 3 years ago. If Dave Benavidez was just now sparring Bivol, he should have got him around that time. He wasn't active. Benavidez was still kind of beatable around that time. He was still growing, still young. But now you let him get experience. He's fought Caleb Plant. Him not knocking out Caleb Plant was actually a good thing with him. It let him get some experience in the ring. And as you can see, Caleb Plant has gotten a lot better since he's fought Canelo and Benavidez. So a lot of those tough fights, they help you out a lot of times. People think it hurts you, but it actually helps you. But no, he's not. Canelo's, he's getting put in a tough position right now. But he'll be able to fight. I'm telling you, he's going to end up fighting Chris Eubanks and Diego Pacheco next year. Pacheco, he's a lot ahead of the game than what I thought he was. I thought he was behind, but now, as I'm looking now, Pacheco, he's in a good spot. He's a good fighter. But it's kind of weird, though, because him and Benavidez is in the same weight class. Both of them getting trained by Benavidez Jose Sr. And it's like, why would you pick the guy that everybody would basically say that's younger than Benavidez, is not as good as Benavidez, but, you know, that's the fight game right now. Oh, yeah, appreciate that, bro. You know, I get a lot of backlash for that. People be thinking I'm tripping on here. Bro, I'm telling you, but I've learned now, you know, I just be chilling. Jose done been around. You know what time it is. Yeah, I say Canelo's king of boxing, especially after last night. After last night, I would say he is. I think Tank need one more. I would say Tank Davis is, but I think Tank Davis need one more big fight. And if Tank Davis gets one more big fight, the way that Ryan Garcia had recently with Haney, I'm telling you, if Tank goes out there and fights Edwin De Los Santos and knocks him out, nobody gonna question Tank Davis. Just because that's a guy who Shakur fought. He has a lot of power. He knocked out Rayo. It's the perfect scenario. I think Tank can knock him out. But he has to take that fight though. And it's not a very tough fight to make. They're both available right now. But yeah, I actually think, depending on how Berlanga and Munguia fights the next 2 years, I think those names could make Canelo's resume better in a couple of years. But those guys got to show up though. I'm definitely not going to say that Berlanga's all the way there, but I gave him a lot more respect than everybody else did. People don't understand, those switching trainers is a big deal in boxing. Like, people use Ben Davison. That's somebody I would like to see these other guys kind of work with. Ben Davison is decent. Look at, I like Robert Garcia though. I think Anthony Joshua actually, I don't know, man, because Anthony Joshua was working with, Andrew Ruiz was too. Andrew Ruiz looked good when he was working with Eddie Reynoso. I like Eddie Reynoso, what he's doing right now. So I kind of like him working with Teofimo Lopez. But I like what Ben Davis and these other guys, Robert Garcia's doing. That was a little red flag for me that Anthony Joshua left Robert Garcia after he looked better. He looked better in his second fight against Usyk, and he left him. And I'm like, dude, you start looking better though. Then he went to, I think it was Derrick James, the guy Ryan Garcia is working with right now. He left him. A lot of times people think that it's about boxing and everything. It's more about these guys listening and you able to communicate what you want them to do. That's why when Derrick James was telling Ryan Garcia, hey man, you gotta quit all this turning around stuff that you trying to do in the ring. Yeah, I know he put Teal here yesterday. Yeah, Crawford not gonna he's not gonna go back and forth with these guys like he used to. Not like he did with Jose Benavidez Jr. He's not gonna go back and forth, but he gets. If anybody knows anything about Crawford, bro, he'll fight anybody anytime. Like really, he'll fight you in the street. But he's not on that. He's older now, so he's not trying to. You know, he got kids who's growing up now, being teenagers, so he's not trying to be out here going viral. But yeah, Teofimo, he barking up the wrong tree. If that would have been outside, he would have got beat up on camera. So I don't know if he's trying to sell tickets. And I like T.O. I like T.O., but he got to be real about himself, though. He got to be real. But T.O. is an excellent. He promotes himself. He knows how to promote himself. I gotta give him credit for that. He shows up at every fight. He was at Crawford's fight. He was at this fight last night. He was even at the Virgil Ortiz fight in February, I think, January. So yeah, he definitely knows how to promote himself. But he got some tough competition. I think 140 still loaded. Still got Barbosa down there, even though he had a tough fight. I forgot the guy who everybody said Barbosa robbed. That's a tough fight. I need to look that guy up to see when his next fight going to be. But yeah, I think Canelo's still king of boxing right now. I think Tank got to make 1 or 2 more moves, man. 1 or 2. He needs to make 1 or 2 more moves. Just 1 or 2. But yeah, it's a strategy behind everything, though. They're not going to push Canelo and Tank a certain way unless these guys force the fight. But all these networks and everybody, they got a plan. They got a plan. I do like Canelo with PBC, though. I'm not going to lie. I do like these PBC fights with Canelo. I do like the fights. I do like the fights. I'm starting to understand a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I got to learn. But trust me, I want to see Crawford. I want to see Canelo fight Crawford and Benavidez worse than anybody. But he's getting a lot of pressure from fans in Mexico. Like in Mexico, they really want to see him fight Crawford. He has to make that at least a topic. If he doesn't talk about that, a lot of his fans at home will get mad. They really want to see him fight Crawford for some reason. They said Benavidez, but I'm telling you, recently, like the last 10 months, they've been saying, I want to see Canelo fight Crawford. I didn't even know. They know who Crawford is in Mexico. Yeah, Tank got to fight T.O. at 140, though, at 47 or something. He can't try to fight T.O. at 135 like he did last time. He tried to fight T.O. at 135, and then Top Rank. Top Rank not trying to pay nobody right now. That's the real problem. Top Rank ain't trying to pay nobody. I'm pretty sure you give T.O. $20 million, he'll figure out something. But Top Rank ain't trying to pay nobody. And T.O. has to put together 2 good performances. I think the thing that Top Rank did recently was, I'm telling you, bro, I'm telling you, a guy in Mexico, bro, a guy in Mexico almost got fired. The guy who works for like Telemundo or something, one of those stations out there, Deportes or something like that. Man, they asked him about Crawford. Canelo was like, man, I ain't fighting none of those guys. Man, dude almost got let go. He almost got fired, man. He almost got fired. Canelo almost fought the guy on TV and everything. Tell you, I don't put out Canelo clickbait. If everybody would have talks about Canelo like I do, a lot of people don't report Canelo news, so that's why a lot of stuff, people just think I make up stories and stuff, but nah. Trust me. Bro, let me tell you how I'm not lying, bro. Before this year popped up, I'm just gonna ask you, Jose. Jose, before 2024, how many YouTube channels was talking about Crawford versus Canelo? Cause I only had my channel like a year now. And I know before I made my channel, nobody was talking about Canelo versus Crawford. As soon as I made my channel, and Canelo fought Charlo. That's when you start to hear it a little bit. But when this year started, everybody started saying, yeah, man, I think Canelo versus Crawford is real. Bro, why you think the media is talking about it? Jose, why you think we're talking about it right now? Yeah, that's why Crawford, that's why they're talking about it right now, though. I didn't think it was a big deal last year, so I understand what you're saying, Jose. When I seen them say it, I was like, nah. I said Benavidez is way bigger than Crawford. Benavidez is way bigger than Crawford in Mexico. No way. I said, nah. That's not possible. Yeah, I said the same thing. I was like, man. Yeah, I actually thought that Berlanga was gonna get stopped. The reason why I thought Berlanga was gonna get stopped is because Canelo. You seen what Canelo did in the third round when he knocked him down. I don't want to say Canelo played it safe, but he wasn't going out there trying to go into no war. Canelo wasn't trying to fight and go through no war last night just to make a point last night. So he could have, but Canelo wasn't trying to go through no war last night. He was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not going through no wars, bro. You said Spence was damaged? No, I don't think Spence was damaged. I don't think Spence was damaged. Spence fought Danny Garcia, what, 3 or 4 years ago? And I'll say Spence was doing a lot more work the early rounds than just me personally. What I would say, I'm gonna keep saying the same thing because I knew Crawford would beat Spence, but do I think that was the best version of Spence after a car wreck? It had nothing to do with a car wreck and being drunk and everything else. Canelo gets drunk all the time. It had nothing to do with being drunk. We seen Benavidez drunk when everybody was making a big deal about it. But I think that he just caught him at a bad time. It just, they waited so long for Spence. Spence is talking about going to 160 right now. You know what I'm saying? Spence is talking about going to 160. They held him at 147. He was at 147 a long time. Then not only was he at 147 a long time, he wasn't active. Bro, most boxers are drunks, bro. Most boxers are drunks. And a lot of them use a lot more stuff than just alcohol. We know what a drunk is. Do you see the stuff that Charlo has going on right now? That's a guy, that's when you know a guy is drunk. Those guys in Texas like to drink though. You know that, bro. Mexicans and guys from Texas and in the South period, they like to get drunk, man. They like to drink beer, tequila, all that stuff. You know how we get down. Come on now. You know how it goes south of the border. You know we like to drink that tequila and everything like that. He said he was on that lean. I don't know. I read, man, I've been around these athletes before. These guys, if you seen most of these guys, I'm pretty sure Tom Brady done threw a couple of times. But that don't really matter when you get in the ring. Crawford was just too good, man. Crawford got 11 knockouts, had 10 knockouts in a row. You gotta think about it. Crawford had like 9 knockouts in a row, and everybody thought he was gonna lose. So it had nothing to do with that. Madrimov got 300 fights. Do you know who Ulises Iglesias is? The fighter from I want to say he's Dominican. It might be Cuban. It might be Dominican. Oh, you know who Ulises Iglesias is? At 168? Madrimov been fighting that guy. Madrimov beat that guy in the amateurs. Ryan Garcia gets drunk. So that conversation, that Ryan Garcia gets drunk and high. So no, I don't think that's the point. If you go back and look at the fight, Spence tried to walk down Crawford, and he couldn't really do much with him. That's it. I just respect Spence for trying to walk him down. Oh, bro. Oh, this guy named said Cunt. His name Cunt. Hey, my bad, dog. I'm just now saying a thing. He said Rolly versus Ryan. Yeah, Rolly tried to fight Ryan, but Ryan, like I said, Ryan is friends with Rolly and Tiafimo. As bad as they want to make those fights, those guys are friends. So it's almost like Spence trying to fight Charlo right now. I mean, it could happen, but at the same time, those guys are friends. Sean Porter is friends with Crawford. Bro, I've been in a position like that where I had to fight my friend, bro. I had busted his nose and everything, like, and he ended up beating me. The dude beat me because I'm like, I'm busting his nose. I'm like, bro, I ain't never busting nobody's nose. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard to be, I don't know if you gotta, bro, once you fight your friend or something like that in a competition or a tournament, it's very difficult. It's almost like your relationship might not be the same after that. It'll be the same, but it just won't be the same. Like, what I do, you would not. What you mean? What you mean by the question? I don't know how you at. Something I never seen before? Hold on, ask that question again. I don't know how you asked that. I know you're trying to be cryptic with that question, but I need about 2 more words in that sentence to figure out what you're saying. What you mean? Like, what kind of question? You say he was? Man, look. No, I don't think he was high that day. I ain't gonna lie. I think he was on that tree a lot, but you know, Charlo was on that tree a lot too. Bro, Charlo was, I'm telling you, Charlo was getting tore up recently too. But he still was able to go out there and fight Benavidez Jr., who was a tough fighter. Right now, slightly probably had to go with Alacius. I would slightly probably would, but it will be a close fight though. And I like Caleb Plant more than I do Alacius, but I don't know. I probably would go out. From what I seen recently in the last fight Alacius had, I'll probably go with him. He got a lot more experience too. Like in the amateur, I ain't gonna say that in the pros, you know, that's not true. But you know, even when Loma had came into the pros, he had a little more experience than most of the guys who was already pro. It might be a situation like that. Caleb Plant hasn't been that active recently. Like even after the fight last night, he hasn't been fighting recently. So I would definitely go with Alacius. That's why I was telling people Madrimov is gonna be a sleeper for me. I'm telling you, if y'all want to make some money, bet on Madrimov next 2 or 3 fights. When I seen that he fought Alacius in the amateurs at 168, Madrimov, the guy who's fighting at 154 right now, that Crawford, bro, they try to set Crawford up. I don't know if y'all know it. Madrimov gonna make some noise, man. He fought Alacius in the amateurs. I'm like, whoa, when did this happen? Fought him in the amateurs and beat him. I think he's older, but I think Madrimov's older, but still at the same time. Like I said, going back to the Ryan Garcia situation, that sometimes that matters. The amateur stuff matters. Yeah, you right though. Out right now. Everybody thought that Canelo fight was going. I thought it was gonna be a knockout, man. Canelo been he hasn't been getting those knockouts recently. It's more 50-50 fights going on right now. That for sure I do know. So I can see why a lot of fans right now. It's good for boxing because that's how I learned how to score a fight. Because when you don't see a lot of 50-50 fights, it's kind of hard to figure out how to score it because it's something new that you're seeing. But now when you look at the fights, you're kind of like, well, I can score it this way. I can score it that way. It's really not a close fight like I thought it was. So that really kind of helps me a lot. So I understand what the fans are saying when they say they feel like Fulton lost and stuff like that because even with the Caleb Plant fight, I definitely thought he was losing before he got knocked down. And then when I scored, like Joe Goose, he did a good job on his scorecards. I usually don't like guys' scorecards on TV, but he did a good job last night. Cannot lie. He did a very good job. Yeah, that's I don't think Caleb Plant on the juice. I wouldn't say that because what's the guy's name last night? McCumbee, he tested positive for PEDs. So I'm not gonna say that I think that he's on the juice. He tested positive for PEDs. I mean, sometimes it happens, but if he was to come out and say I love steroids, then I'd be like, whoa, this dude's tripping. But McCumbee, he's a decent fighter, so but he was on the PEDs before though. That dude was definitely on the PEDs. He failed the PED test, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. He was on the juice. No, I don't think Caleb Plant was ever on the juice though. I thought Caleb Plant was, I don't call people pillow fists, but I thought he had no power recently. But it wasn't more so he didn't have no power. He wasn't really putting himself in positions where he's fighting the way he is right now. He hasn't been active either, so last night was a reason why he had to fight like that. Him and Fulton was like kind of forced to fight that way because of ring rust. Their timing was off. They couldn't really find their opponent last night, first couple of rounds. I mean, Fulton did come out. I think Fulton chose to fight like that last night, me personally. I think he chose to have a dog fight like that because the first round, if you see the first round, he was just throwing the jab out there and he was fighting pretty good. Then he switched it around, just started to try to walk him down the whole fight. He actually made a name for himself last night because I'm telling you, more people are talking about him now than they did after the Inouye fight. Yeah, he was. McCumbee. Yeah, McCumbee was throwing that left hook like Ryan Garcia last night, though. I'm telling you, he did. His style really reminded me, not because of the left hook, but because of everything he was putting together, the way he was turning and the way he was throwing the jab. Kind of reminded me of Ryan, the way he was throwing a right hand. I forgot what he dropped Caleb Plant with. Was it the right hand or? I know Danny Garcia got dropped with the left, I think. Yeah, he got dropped with the left. Yeah, he got dropped with the left hand. I think McCumbee dropped Caleb Plant with the right hand last night. I know Fulton got dropped with the right hand last night. He was landing on flush on McCumbee though, yeah, he was. He was causing some issues on McCumbee last night. McCumbee is really a dog. That's why I did these prediction videos. If you go back and look recently, I put out like 10 prediction videos this week just because I knew that this fight card was gonna, these guys were gonna come to fight. They were definitely gonna come to fight. But if a lot of things could have went wrong last night because of those long layoffs, though, that ring rust is real. It's definitely real. especially when you're over 30. You know that, man. As you get older, it's hard to get that weight off. It gets harder to get out the bed and everything else. So all that stuff start to add up. That's why I wasn't too hard on Danny Garcia last night. I know a lot of people was giving him trouble. Oh, they gonna fight? They gonna fight? That's who Cole gonna fight? I was gonna say Cole. I wanted to see Cole fight Benavidez, but that's too early though, man. That's way too early. I think Cole needs at least. I don't know. I just think that would have been early. That's a nice weight class. That's filling out too. I don't know, man. That's gonna be a close fight. I don't know. I like Cole, but I forgot what fight it was that he had recently. I felt like he could have did a lot better in. Might have been his last fight. No, that wasn't that fight. What fight was it that Cole was in? Yeah, Cole fought like, yeah, I'm thinking 2022. That's the fight I'm thinking of. That was only a 6 round. He just fought his first 10 rounder last year, so I actually want to see Cole go at least like 10, 12 rounds. At least 10 rounds. Man, that would be a tough fight, man. I don't know. I want to see Cole go 10 rounds first. If I had to pick right now, I'd probably pick Cole losing that. But I like Cole though. So I don't know. But he ain't went 10 rounds yet. He's doing 8 rounders. He hasn't even gone the distance in the 8 round fights. So the longest he's went is six rounds twice. I just don't know about that. No, he went 7 rounds in an 8 round fight. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of guys not going the distance like that. Even Berlanga, if he would have probably went the distance in more of his fights recently, he could have easily looked better last night. But if you add up all the rounds he's been in, he hasn't really went the distance that much. So it's a good job he did going 12 last night. Yeah, I gotta give Berlanga credit on that. When you think of the whole situation, him going 12 rounds. Oh, they ain't fighting next. Okay, thought they was fighting next. Benavidez might fight Jesse Hart. Man, that'll be a good fight, man. Yeah, I was thinking that Benavidez was gonna fight Jesse Hart. I didn't think they was gonna do any fights outside of the domestic area for Benavidez, because everybody else is kind of filled up already. They got Albert Ramirez, but I didn't see Benavidez fighting him. Jesse Hart, that's a good fight. He already fought Vozick. The only guys I really looked at was Jesse Hart, Anthony Yard. Those were the 2 fights I was looking at for Benavidez. Everybody else I was kind of borderline on. I know Connor Wallace just fought Willie Hutchinson. Willie Hutchinson is a year younger than Benavidez. Cole is a year older than Benavidez, but at the same time, Benavidez has a lot more pro experience right now. I thought if Pampelon would have beat Connor Wallace, I would have went with that fight. But Connor Wallace beat him up pretty bad in that fight. Callum Smith, I want to see Callum Smith, but at this time right there, I don't know if he's the same. He'd have been through a couple of tough fights. Maybe just Bitterbeard made him look like that. Yo, Lacey, he's still early, but he got to get some rounds in, though. He got to get some rounds in ASAP. He definitely got to get some rounds in. Oh, Lacey, he's Dominican or Cuban? Is he Cuban? Yeah, he's Cuban. I don't know why I keep thinking he's Dominican. I don't know why I keep thinking that. I know right now him and William Skull fighting out of Germany. Oh, that's a good fight. That might be the fight they put together. Albert Ramirez and Vozick, that might actually happen. Albert Ramirez and Vozick might actually happen. I can actually see that fight getting put together. Yeah, that's a good fight. Vozick is supposed to fight on the Usyk card. Yeah, Olasis, he's a beast. Yeah, he's a beast. Yeah, that's Vozick might fight him. I don't think he's gonna fight Malik Zanad or anybody. Unless he fights. Nah, he's not gonna fight Hot Rod. Well, he possibly could. I don't know. Vozick could possibly fight Hot Rod. He's trying to fight again this year. Could happen. That was a very good fight. He beat him around the amateur. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a good fight with Albert Ramirez. He just fought recently too. He just fought. Albert Ramirez just fought 3 weeks ago. This dude just fought 3 weeks ago. I wonder what Anthony Yarde gonna do. They talking about he has 3 more fights at 175. I don't know. He possibly can. If Beck don't fight, if he don't fight Martinez, yeah, I, I would say it is. In my mind. In my mind, I definitely would say it is. But Beck, he's still a problem though. But yeah, Beck ain't fought nobody recently. Well, he has, but not to the point where he's trying to move up through the rankings right now. That's gonna be a tough fight though. Yeah, I think it would. Beck is good right now. He's still trying to put some things together though. Trying to figure out when the last time he fought. Yeah, that 160 division is crazy. They don't have anything going on. Wow, they got a lot of guys moving up to 168 too, man. that is crazy. Dang, that's wild. Yeah, PBC got to get these guys active, man. A lot of guys starting to move up in weight too because they haven't been active. Trying to get that weight off in a couple of hours don't really work, especially before a fight. Try to train and get in shape, then you try to lose weight the last 2 days. Then you realize, then you wonder why you're drained during the fight. Yeah, it's gonna be some good fights coming up. Yeah, I missed it, man. I missed the fights that came on yesterday until you said something. I seen it was coming up, but then I was supposed to go check it. Then I didn't check it. And then when you said something, that's when I realized that was the fight I was missing. Yeah, I'm about to go back and watch it. I might do something where I just rewatch it live on here, just do some commentary since it's already passed. Yeah, I might just do that, man. I just might commentate on the fight that I missed. Yeah, it was like 3 fights that was on early yesterday. Yeah, I like the last competition they put together. It was pretty solid. It was pretty solid, man. I like those and the bare knuckle boxing. That was pretty good Friday. Closest thing you can get to a street fight. Yeah, I seen that. I seen Cray Cray on there yesterday. I seen some highlights today though, this morning. I was like, man, I missed it already. Yeah, I need to go look at that look at the bracket. Oh, so Cray Cray won yesterday? So he won yesterday. Oh, he did win yesterday. By decision. Okay. The guy who KO Taraji. I don't know. I don't think anybody good enough to beat Bam right now at that weight class. But what guy you talking about? You talking about Puma? You talking about Puma Martinez? I think you might be talking about Puma. Am I thinking about somebody else? I might be thinking about somebody else. Oh, you talking about Ibuki? I don't know if Ibuki's that good, man. He's a smaller guy too. Nah. I don't know if Ibuki's that good. Ibuki is kind of like that guy who fought Villa last night. I think Puma would be a closer fight than that guy who KO'd Taraji. That flyweight, that super flyweight division is a little bit better. It's a little bit better with Tanaka and those guys. That weight class, the other weight class, he's at 108. Unless he moved up recently. But I think Bam a little too big for him. I think Bam would beat that guy. Yeah, I'm trying to watch that. Joey Knight to the he beat Joey Knight. Bet. Oh, you talking about the recent card? You might be talking about you might be talking about Puma if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. If it's the last fight that came on recently, I think you might be talking about. Nah, none of those guys could touch him. I don't think so. He can't beat him. I think the only person that probably would possibly have a chance probably would be Puma, but man, that's a stretch too, man. I think the only person that can mess with Bam right now is Nakatani. That's it. Anybody else, they don't got no chance. I do like Puma though. I like Puma. And I like see, I like Ioka, but he got a couple of losses. I like Jimenez, but Bam a different level though. Yeah, those guys are too much at that weight class. Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely try to do one with you. Whenever you want to do one, let me know, man. I'm gonna definitely try to do one, Neo. I'm gonna be on your channel later on. I might go on another account so I can add that one linked to your account. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do one soon. Whenever you try to do one, man, let me know. We can do one. I know all the stuff you be talking about. I know that stuff too. I'm good with numbers too. Yeah, I know all that stuff you be talking about. I'm not as good as you, but I know what you're talking about at least. What you say your record was? 76-4? Mine ain't that good. Oh yeah, you know what? You probably can do something different around this time. Instead of just doing the same old way. That's why it's always good not to show your face. A lot of people always try to figure out why guys don't do that, but they don't understand the technology like we do, Neo. Showing your face in the Matrix it has its good and bad, you know. It's not always good. Yeah, the good and bad definitely goes with it. Yeah, I think both of those guys can be Komatov. I think with Leo, I think Leo getting better. You know what's crazy, man? In my prediction video, I'm so mad about that Leo fight still. Bro, I'm so mad about that. In my prediction video, I said Leo, if he fights Lopez like he did in that fight, he'll stop him, man. I put a bet down on Lopez. Gotta stop betting on these guys with no defense. But he's a problem though, an inside fighter. He's a problem on the inside, man. And the outside too, but if he makes you fight on the inside, he's more dangerous. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, Matrix is real right now. They on my back too. You know how that goes. Yeah, Matrix is definitely real. But yeah, I'm gonna check that out though. 46-4. Yeah, that's a good resume. If you was a boxer, you'll be a Hall of Famer with that. Yeah, I don't think he beats Espinoza. Espinoza, man, he's getting up there. He been at featherweight for a long time. I think he's gonna try to go to 130 very soon. And I hate to say that because I seen him fighting last year before the Robisi fight. And dude just has an excellent he fights like the guy who Stephen Fulton fought last night. A lot of those tall guys from Mexico at those smaller weight classes, they got a good reach and a good jab. Yeah, they're a problem because they can brawl with you. They tough. Put some good combinations together. That's probably my favorite style right now. Like what Espinoza does. They got Castro last night. That style is dangerous. I'm glad you brought that up. I think Sugar Nunez might end up fighting. It was two names. I'm glad you brought that up. I think I was gonna do a video on that, but I had to fix all this stuff because my other stream used to like mess up a little bit. I'm pretty sure this one probably does too, but the other one was tripping. But I think Sugar Nunez might end up fighting either Kakashi. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about the Roach fight, but not as much as I was thinking about. That's not a bad choice. What does the other guy said? Ooh, hold on. Okay, we definitely got some action going on. Yeah, I got Sugar Nunez either fighting Kakashi. I think he's gonna either get the winner of Kakashi versus Josh Warrington, or he might end up fighting. Who was the other guy I said? It wasn't Abraham Nova. It was Kakashi and somebody. It might have been Roach. Oh yeah, appreciate that, Neo, man. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that, man. That mean a lot, man. You ain't had to say nothing at all. I like Kakashi and I don't know. I had to go with that Roach fight. I kind of agree with you on that. But I said Kakashi was my first pick just because him and Kakashi's about to fight soon. So I was kind of going with that. He fights this weekend. Sugar Nunez fought, 2 or 3 weeks ago? So I was kind of more so going with Sugar fighting the guy who was on the zone. Around the same time, they're going to be coming off both fights. So that makes a lot of sense. If Eddie Hearn wants to make a power move, there'll definitely be a power move. I like how Nunez looked in his last fight. Unless he wants to fight one of these tough 130 pounders. 130's finna get tough in a minute. This is the best time for Sugar Nunez to actually try to get a belt right now. Najee Lopez fight at 175. Yeah, dude a beast. Yeah, Najee Lopez is a beast. That 175 weight class is gonna be amazing these next couple of years. I think 175 is gonna be one of the deepest divisions. It's a lot of young guys at 175 right now. That's why I don't know what Anthony Yard is gonna do over the next couple of years. I know he said he has 3 fights left at light heavyweight, but I don't know, man. That weight class is getting it's getting jam packed real quick. It's getting jam packed. It's not like it was when Bitterbeer and those guys. It's a lot of guys at 168 that went to 175. See, they got Dion Nicholson. They got Ronald Graville. Those guys are like still like top 20, top 30. I thought Powell Stephen was good, but he's not really ranked that high no more. I don't know why. Powell Stephen, he ranked like, bro, low. Like 175. It's hard to get ranked like top 40, top 30 right now. He said it's cripping in here now. Left foot lazy crazy. He said it's cripping. Yeah, that 175 division gonna be tough, man. When Benavidez gets to that weight class and he settles down, he's gonna have at least 6 or 7 fights. It's gonna be very good at that weight class. I think 168 is gonna be good too. I think after next year, you might hear people trying to ask for Canelo to fight Iglesias or something like that. I know they're gonna ask for Pacheco. Like I said, I still think they're gonna try to make that Chris Eubanks fight, but it's a lot of options at 168 too. I think 175 is getting a little bit deeper though. Can Clark? Nah, Clark ain't got no gas tank. I'm trying to see if Clark can beat Wardley. I had Clark beating Wardley last fight, but then I think I might have to roll with Wardley in this fight. Clark gas tank, bro. I've never seen, when I seen Clark sit on the ground at the end of that Clark fight, I mean that Wardley fight, I was like, man, no. Nah, I don't know. I don't think so right now. Even though they said he beat up Tyson Fury in sparring. You talking about Jai Patai? Yeah, he's a good fighter. He's trying to move up the heavyweight eventually. Not right now. He might need a couple of. He's going to need at least 20, 30 pounds. What year is it? 2024? I can see him being that heavyweight in 20. It's about to be 2025. I think by 27 he should be a heavyweight. Oh. Oh, he's talking about Clark. I thought you were talking about I thought you were talking about the other Clark. I thought you were talking about Fraser Clark. No, I have to go with Apatide in that fight probably. Probably have to go with Alpine in that fight. That's a good matchup though. Oh, they asked him about Bitterville? Hey, you the first person I heard say that. I usually watch it afterwards, but I was watching UFC and I got tired. You the first person I heard say that. Dang, I didn't know they asked him that last night. Yeah, you the first person I heard them ask that before. They haven't asked him recently after the fight, so I'm surprised they ain't asked him about Bivol. I don't think Canelo gonna take them fights. Not because he wouldn't do it, but it's so many opponents at 175 right now. And Bitterbeard was like, he's gonna be 40 in what, 4 months? He got a birthday coming up in January, gonna be 40, so I don't know if he's gonna sit around and fight Canelo. That'll be a 168 fight. I mean, it'll be a 175 fight, but it'll be against Canelo. As far as what they're saying it doesn't make a lot of business sense. Yeah, he don't want to fight Bitterbeard. Yeah, he don't. A lot of people say he'll fight the winner of Bitterbeard and Bivol. And I was trying to tell people recently, Jerry, I'm like, bro, that's not true. He is not trying to fight Bitterbeard. He is not trying to fight Bitterbeard. He just doesn't. At this point right now, I'm convinced that he wanted to fight Bivol because of the Benavidez sparring. I'm really convinced of that. Because why would he just point out Bivol of all people? I know he had a belt, but unless you're going to unify, unless he thought he was the weakest champ, he probably thought that Bivol was weak at 175, so that makes sense too. Oh, he walked away? Jerry said he walked away. Hey, Jerry, he do not want those problems. I wouldn't even do him like that. If I wanted him to retire, that's all I gotta do is have him fight Bitterbeard. Yeah, dude just different, man. Bitterbeard just different, man. He's not, especially the style he fights. His jab is, dude got a real power jab. I've been watching film on him. His jab is a lot more dangerous than people realize. That jab is kind of what leads to the knockout. He said, hell no. Yeah, I'm a fan of Canelo too, man. That's why I don't even bring it up, because Bitterbeard said he didn't want to have a fight. Canelo not interested, so I was like, I'll just leave it alone. You know, at this point, Canelo probably feel like Scott Pilgrim versus the world or something. People want him to fight everybody. At this point, yeah. I mean, you know, that happens. I know Canelo like, man, they trying to have me fight everybody. I mean, you're technically like the measuring stick. We trying to figure out how good these guys are. Oh, Bitterville, he said he ain't moving up. Man, this dude said he ain't moving up, man. I thought he was gonna fight Job, man. He ain't trying to move up. He is not trying to move up. I'm not gonna call him scary, but maybe he just know his limitations. But he's not trying to move up. He's not trying to move up. From what I've seen, Bitterbeard ain't really, he's not really a guy I see that's struggling to make 175. He's usually around the same size during weigh-ins. After weigh-ins, during his training. Even Bivol said he could have made 168. If I was Canelo, I would have got Bivol at 168. I would have definitely got him at 168. As soon as he said that, I would have said, yep, let's do it. I definitely would have got him at 168. Canelo don't make too many excuses, but he did say he was injured in the Bivol fight. Now, in the John Ryder fight, I know he was injured. Because he was going to knock out John Ryder and end up hurting his wrist. And after that, that's when John Ryder started to win a lot of rounds later on in the fight. Yeah, Ja was a dog that last fight. That Breeders fight was crazy. Hey, is that Breeders fight? Is that fight of the year? I know that sounds like a crazy question right now, but is it at least top 5? Is that Breeders and Apatow fight top 5? Fight of the year candidate? That was a good fight, man. I thought Breeders was done. Breeders almost got Apatow up out of there. That was a good fight, man. That was a real good fight. Apatow was knocked him out, what, the second round, third round? Oh, when he fight Bivol, he fight Bitterbill. I think Bitterbill gonna win. I think he's gonna win. He knows Bivol a lot more than I thought he did. That's kind of what changed my mind about things. He knows Bivol a lot more than what I thought he did. He knows Bivol very well. Oh, he did say that? I didn't know he said he wanted to smoke with him. I didn't know he said that. You know, the weird part about Bitterbill is I've heard Turkey Al-Sheikh mention fights for Bivol, Apatow, and Benavidez, Canelo, Crawford. He hasn't mentioned any fights for Bitterbill though. It's almost like they don't think he's gonna win. Yeah, that's a good prediction, Jerry. That's a very good prediction. Oh yeah, he got on that bike ASAP. He was smart though, because look, I didn't know Breeders was gonna turn around and start fighting like that. You know, he was rusty. I think Breeders was out like 2 years. Breeders was out like 2 years. Man, he made. Yeah, he could have knocked out. I think what he did early was he was a little patient. Well, he was too impatient. He was too patient early in the fight. He was just taking his time. Yeah, Breeders was out 2 years, man, before he fought him. That was a 2-year layoff. That's what kind of surprised me. I'm like, whoa. But he did fight him before. Breeders, man, that was a good fight, man. A lot of people forget about that fight. It was more blood in that fight than it was in that Tim Tszyu fight. Them guys that was a lot of blood. Yeah, that was the last time he fought against Breeders. I mean, against Apatow. It went 12 rounds. I was like, man, Breeders really trying to win. I don't know, man. I don't know if when guys go over there and fight in Saudi, I don't know if it's because of the atmosphere or because of the sheiks or what, but guys fight a little harder over there. Yeah, I gotta look that up, man. He said he wanted the Apatow smoke. That changes everything right there. I still would like to see Benavidez fight Bitterbill. I like to see Benavidez fight Bitterbill. See how he looks after this next fight at 175. Bitterbill too much for anybody, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, they tripping. They tripping, dog. Hey, bro, let me tell you. Let me tell you, I used to be hard on Manny Pacquiao, but listen, bro, Manny Pacquiao has fought everybody. Everybody. Those days of me saying, nah, Manny gotta do this. Nah, Manny ain't gotta do nothing. Yeah, Manny Pacquiao, I'm the same way now, Jerry. When anyone says something about Manny Pacquiao, I'm like, bro, Manny Pacquiao was the real deal. That's why I'm so hard on Inoue. People think I don't like Inoue. It has nothing to do with not liking Inoue. I think Inoue is an excellent fighter. Inoue is one of the best I've seen, but Manny Pacquiao, I don't think people understand how good Manny Pacquiao actually was. The dude fought everybody. He was literally the first fighter I've seen where I was like, dang, this dude finna fight he's finna fight De La Hoya. Then he's gonna go on and fight Shane Mosley. Like, what does this guy do? It's a little guy. Man, he's one of the best I've seen, man. That's why I'm not really used to all these guys taking time off and not fighting tough fights. You ain't gotta have a big fight every fight, but man, that's Manny Pacquiao. This dude is a monster. But if you look at Canelo's resume a certain way, you can make that kind of argument, especially when you got those type of fighters you got now. Man, look, Floyd has always been one of my favorite. But when it comes to like fighting guys just back to back to back to back to back, man, Manny, he did some different things, man. Dude fought Barrera. Even though he fought him a couple times and fought these guys a couple of times, those still hard fights. Yeah, those are goals. Those are goals right there, especially Duran. Duran don't get enough credit. You know how that goes. Duran don't get credit. Chavez too. Chavez fought some guys. Chavez Sr., I'm gonna throw him up in there too. Chavez Sr. fought some guys. He really did. Chavez Sr. fought some guys. Yeah, Leonard, you already know. Manny Pacquiao, he's one of those guys now. I actually, me personally, I like Oscar De La Hoya's resume a lot. Growing up, that was probably one of my favorite resumes, like Oscar De La Hoya. Yeah, I'm a huge Oscar De La Hoya fan. Yeah, I like his resume too. Manny fought him. I was watching that fight the other day. They tried to say, Oscar ended up quitting in that fight, but man, Oscar wasn't even supposed to fight Manny in my eyes. When I seen Oscar fight Manny, I was like, bro, you're tripping. Oh yeah. I like Tank's resume. I like Tank's resume. I think Haney's is getting up there too. Who else? I think if Loma would have fought Tank already, that could have boosted his resume. Loma's been doing some work. I'm kind of glad he's still at 135 too. He's been doing some work. But if you compare, but by the time Manny was Tank's age, he was already fighting. Didn't he already fight Barrera? Those guys, he was fighting all the Mexican stars. I don't know if he fought Marquez by then. Might have fought him once already. But yeah, I think Tank resume is definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, I've always been a fan of Tank though. Always. Tank came out the gate. fighting good fighters. Hey man, Canelo. I got Usyk in that one. Not because Usyk is not because Usyk beat Fury. Because I seen Usyk struggle against small guys. Not small guys like short guys, but like kind of wiry guys. But Usyk does better against bigger guys than he does smaller guys. For some odd reason. Like a guy who's physically bigger than him, that's easy to punch, like easy to hit. He does better with those type of guys. But like when you look at like Chisora, Michael Hunter, even when he fought Bitterbeer, those were closer fights. That was something that he didn't dominate all the way. They made him look a certain way. So I think Apataya got a good chance, but the only reason I say Usyk is because when I was seeing the fight with Apataya and Breedis, I think Breedis and Usyk got a similar jab, but I think Usyk jab is just a little more dangerous. A little more dangerous. I think that jab is just a little dangerous. I thought Inoue had one of the best jabs. Well, he does have one of the best jabs. But then I was doing research on Usyk and Bitterbeer jab. They got some jabs, man. Now Bitterbeer and Usyk, that'll be a close fight. They fought already. I'm pretty sure Usyk's probably a better fighter, but oh yeah, I did too. I thought you know, that's the second time that actually happened, Jerry. That's the second time that happened. Let me look at Usyk's resume. I forgot who it was that happened to. I don't want to be wrong. Man, I don't want to be wrong. Usyk did that. He did that against somebody else. Dang, I can't figure out who it was. I don't think it was Tony Bellew. It was somebody. Was it Breedis? It might have been Breedis. I'm not sure. It might have been Breedis. It wasn't Marco Huck. It might have been Breedis. It was somebody that hit. I don't know if it was Milwaukee. I don't think it was Marco Huck. It wasn't Hunter. It might have been Breedis, man. I think Breedis hit Usyk to the stomach or something like that. He did the same thing. And it was like, oh, a low blow. Man, I gotta figure out who it was. I forgot what fight it was. It wasn't Chisora or anybody like that. Or Witherspoon, or could be Tony Bellew, but I'm not sure. I think it'll be Garcia before it be Tony Bellew, but I think it was Breedis. When he hit him to the stomach, man, that he fell to the ground and rolled over. I was like, man, Breedis is really. I think it might have been Breedis, man. I think it really was. If it's not Breedis, it probably was Glowacki. Oh, that's who it was? No, I think this was in the pros, though. Man, I forgot who it was. Yeah, but Usyk got dropped like that. I didn't believe it. I was like, man, I don't want to sit up here and say this guy's faking a body shot. I said he don't got no history of doing that. But I seen somebody else do it. I was like, oh man. Cause I think Tyson Fury, when he didn't go to the body against Usyk, I was like, this dude's making a huge mistake, man. The fact that he didn't go to the body after seeing all that what Daniel Dubois did, but Daniel Dubois, he's a hard puncher. He's a very hard puncher. I don't know if he got more power than Joshua. I would probably say no. Probably the same, similar power. But that's a very good fight, though. I would like to see a rematch in that fight, but we probably won't get that. I give Daniel Dubois credit though. He fought Usyk at 25, so fighting the Usyk at 25 years old, coming out of that fight, being a top contender right now, possibly a champion. Yeah, that fight this weekend, I'm gonna have a lot of eyes on that fight. I'm definitely gonna be prepared to see that fight. It's gonna be a very good matchup. Man, I wish Canelo could fight again this year, though. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of need Canelo to fight again this year. Yeah, man, I thought Daniel Dubois won that fight, though. I definitely felt like that. Oh, that would be a good fight. Man, I'm glad you said that. So, since Daniel Dubois, and I'm probably do a live on that probably tomorrow or something. I'm trying to come on early so I can I know the UK they be up early, so I might can do that at night. But if Daniel Dubois, I might do it tonight. If Daniel Dubois if he loses to Joshua, they probably could make a fight with him and Bukoli. Yeah, I would like to see Bukoli fight against Daniel Dubois. Bukoli's only 31 though, so I see why they're not really rushing him, even though they should. I see why they're not really rushing because they got a lot of older guys that still available. They still haven't fought each other. But yeah, that'd be a good fight. But Daniel Dubois is way better. He's way better than Oh yeah, I definitely am Neo. You talking about Daniel Dubois? I got him losing. That's what we talking about, right? Yeah, I got him losing. Yeah, I'm gonna check you out, Neo. Appreciate that, bro. I'm definitely gonna check you out. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, Dubois lost to Joe Joyce, Usyk, beat Trevor Bryan. That dude, he did get dropped a couple times against Lorena though. Forgot about that fight. He's still a young guy, but he sat him down a couple times. Yeah, I'm gonna check them videos out, Neo, when I get up off of here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and check you out, man. Yeah, I'm gonna check you out when I get off of here. I seen a couple videos. I'm gonna watch them too. A couple of these fights, I already see how it's gonna go, but the rest of them, I'm kind of like, I don't really know. I had Kakashi losing too, but I don't know, man. These 50-50 fights starting to get tough. 50-50 fights starting to get real tough. Yeah, it's gonna be a good weekend of fighting though that comes up. I know a lot of people not looking forward to the Joshua and Dubois fight. Hasn't been getting talked about that much over here, but it's a big deal. It's definitely a big deal when you look at what happens next year. Okay, I will. Man, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna check them out. I'm gonna see who you got first before. I think we on the same page right now, but I know a couple of others, especially in the UK. I don't think I've been doing that good this year with those UK fights. Definitely have not been doing a good job with those. I can't believe Kakashi went out there and stopped Cordina the way he did. I want to see if he can do that against Josh Warrington. Even though Josh Warrington moving up, yeah, I need to see him fight Sugar Nunez next as soon as possible. Yeah, it's gonna be a very good matchup. Yeah, this fight card this weekend is loaded though. I don't think a lot of people pay attention to it. But this the Dubois and Joshua card has a lot of people on this fight card that might be in some championship fights later on. And then Joshua's still trying to fight a Wilder, man. Man, I'm so tired of hearing about that fight, man, to be honest with you. I don't even like talking about that stuff. Oh yeah, I haven't figured out about the Mark Chamberlain fight. I don't know who people got. I think people got Josh Padley in that fight. From what I've been seeing lately. All right, bet. Bet, yeah, that's gonna be a good one. I gotta see what that Kakashi and Warrington fight's gonna be like. I definitely have to see those. Yeah, what's crazy is I've been getting some big upsets this year. But man, these like 50-50 close ones, some of these fights, the upsets haven't been close 50-50. They've been like more so surprises by journeyman. Yeah, a lot of these journeymen been surprising people lately too. Somebody pulled out of the hold on, is this old news? I hope this is old news. It says somebody pulled out. Oh yeah, Liam Smith pulled out the fight. Man, come on, man. This dude talking about he got a virus or something. He got the flu? Stu got sick the week before the fight, man. That's crazy. That's the fight I was looking forward to the most. I want to see Liam Smith fight Josh Kelly, man. I was trying to go for an upset. Man, this dude, Liam Smith, tripping, man. I can't believe Liam Smith got sick. I can't believe he got sick the week of the fight. That's crazy. I think the card's still gonna be good though. Not gonna be as good, but it'll be all right. That was an action-packed fight we could have had. I thought Sandy Ryan was gonna fight on this fight card. I keep thinking it was happening on the zone card, but she's fighting on ESPN. Yeah, they got some good matchups coming up soon. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to figure out what's gonna happen on that fight card, Neil. Danny Garcia thinking about retiring from boxing. Wow. I'm not surprised, but kinda am. Yeah, that Danny Garcia thinking about retiring. That's insane to me. I think Danny Garcia I think he's a good fighter, man. Just that long layoff. It's crazy though. People are really complaining about the whole fight card last night because the Danny Garcia fight wasn't that good. That fight card was good last night though. You know, I'm usually one to complain, but there hasn't been that many good fights on this year to be complaining about last night. I don't know if you guys seen the UFC event last night with the Sphere. That was crazy. Nobody expected that last night. That was amazing. The background and everything they had going on last night. Yeah, that's the best I've seen. That's crazy. It's crazy that UFC was actually complaining about having to fight over there. Now they want to fight over there again. Yeah, I'm going live on Fight Night. Yeah, I'm gonna go live. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go live for that fight. Yeah, I'm definitely going live. Yeah, I've been on here a minute though. I gotta get up out of here. I appreciate y'all for coming through. I'm gonna be on here probably tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going live for that fight, Neo. I'm gonna hit you up on your channel too, man. I subscribe to you. When you posted your last video, today or yesterday? Your last video was what, yesterday, today? Yeah, I'm posted up yesterday or today, man. I'm definitely check it out. Okay, I'm gonna check it out right now then, as soon as I get off. Yeah, I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna yeah, I might comment. I'm gonna comment on it as soon as I get off. Appreciate it for coming through, man. I'm gonna see you later on. I'll be back tomorrow.